Chapter 16th, on adjudicating between the two parties and resolving the dispute between the two factions. Thus we say, passionate love is neither to be praised in all its forms, nor is it to be condemned in all its forms. Rather, it is to be praised or condemned in consideration of its object. For volition follows that which is willed, and love follows the beloved. Therefore, whenever the beloved is one who is worthy of being loved for his own sake, or is a means to attain that which is loved for its own sake, then no excess in loving him is to be condemned. On the contrary, it is to be praised. And the spiritual well-being of the one who so loves is in accordance with the strength of his love. For this reason, the greatest spiritual well-being for a servant of God is to devote all the powers of his love to God, the exalted, alone, such that he loves God with all his heart, his soul, and his limbs. In this way he affirms the oneness of his beloved, and he unifies his love. And it shall be explained hereafter, if God, the exalted, so wills, in the chapter on the unification of the beloved, that love is not sound save by this. The unification of the beloved one means that one's beloved is not multiplied, and the unification of love means that not a single remnant of love remains in one's heart, but that it is all offered to him. This love, even if it be called passionate love, ishq, is the pinnacle of the servant's spiritual well-being, his bliss and the solace of his eye. And there is no spiritual well-being for his heart, nor any bliss, save in God and his messenger being more beloved to him than all else, and that his love for anything other than God be subsequent to his love for God, so that he loves nothing save for the sake of God. As it is related in the sound hadith, there are three qualities, and whosoever possesses them shall find through them the sweetness of faith, that God and his messenger be more beloved to him than all else, that he love a person only for the sake of God, and that he loathe to return to disbelief after God has rescued him from it, as much as he would loathe to be cast into the fire. Thus he informed us that the servant does not find the sweetness of faith, save by God being more beloved to him than all else. His love for the messenger is a part of his love for God, and his love for another person, if it be for God's sake, is a part of his love for God. But if it be for the sake of other than God, it diminishes the love for God and weakens it. This love is proven true when his loathing for the most hateful of things to his beloved, which is disbelief, kufr, is equal to his loathing to be cast into the fire, or even more intense. And there is no doubt that this is among the greatest forms of love, for a human being holds nothing in greater esteem than 75b, his own self and his life. So if he places the love of faith in God above his own self, such that were he given the choice between disbelief and being cast into the fire, he would choose to be cast into the fire rather than disbelieve, then God is more beloved to him than his own self. This love is beyond what all other impassioned lovers and admirers find in the love for their beloveds. Indeed, this love has no parallel, just as he to whom it is directed has no likeness. It is a love that demands that the beloved be placed before one's own self, wealth and children, and it necessitates complete humility, submission, glorification, reverence, obedience and acquiescence, both inwardly and outwardly. And this has no parallel in the love for any created being, no matter who that created being might be. It is for this reason that whoever associates another with God in this specific love has committed an act of polytheism, shirk, that God will not forgive. As God, the exalted, has said, "And among mankind are those who take to themselves rivals apart from God, loving them as they ought to love God." But those who have attained to faith are more intense in their love for God. Al-Baqarah 165. And the sound interpretation of this verse is that those who believe are more intense in their love for God than are the people of rivals for their rivals, as has been explained before. That the love of the believers for their Lord is not equalled by the love for any created being at all, just as their beloved is not equalled by any other. And every pain in loving another is bliss in loving him, and every sorrow in loving another is the solace of one's eye in loving him. And whosoever fashions for his love parables that belong to the love of one created being for another, such as union and separation, or unjust rejection without cause from the lover, and other such things from which God is exalted, in tremendous loftiness, is grievously and obscenely mistaken, and is deserving of banishment and contempt. The affliction arises only from his own self and his lack of propriety with his beloved. God, the Exalted, has forbidden that his servants should fashion for him parables, for he is not to be measured by his creation. And no innovator has ever innovated save by fashioning parables for him, the glorified. The proponents of newly invented theology fashioned for him false parables in what they reported about him and what he is described with, while the proponents of deviant spiritual will fashion for him parables in matters of will and seeking. And both are upon innovation and error. As for passionate love, if it is attached to that which is loved by God and his messenger, 76a, it is a love that is praiseworthy and for which one is rewarded. And this is of several kinds. The first of them is the love of the Qur'an, such that one finds in listening to it sufficiency from listening to anything else, and one's heart roams in its meanings and in the intent of its speaker, the glorified. For in proportion to one's love for God is one's love for his speech. For whoever loves a beloved loves his speech and speech about him. As it was said, "If you profess a love for me, why then have you forsaken my book? Have you not contemplated what is in it of the sweetness of my address?" Likewise, love for his remembrance, he the Exalted, is a sign of love for him, for the lover is never sated with the remembrance of his beloved. Indeed, he never forgets him, so as to need one to remind him. And so it is with one who loves to hear his attributes, his deeds, and his decrees. Passionate love for all of this is among the most beneficial of loves, and it is the ultimate bliss of the lover. Likewise is the passionate love for beneficial knowledge, and the passionate love for the attributes of perfection, such as generosity, magnanimity, chastity, courage, patience, and noble morals. For if these qualities were to be given a form, they would be among the most beautiful and splendid of forms. And if knowledge were given a form, it would be more beautiful than the form of the sun and the moon. But passionate love for these qualities befits only noble and pure souls, just as the love of God, his messenger, his word, and his religion befits only the sublime, celestial, and pure spirits, not the earthly and lowly ones. Thus, if you wish to know the value and station of a servant, then look to what he loves and what he desires, and know that in praiseworthy passionate love none of the aforementioned afflictions ever arise. There remains here another category, which is a praiseworthy passionate love upon which the separation from the beloved follows, such as one who is passionately in love with his wife or his bondwoman, and then is parted from her by death or other than it. The beloved departs, but the passionate love remains as it was. This is a form of trial, and if its possessor is patient and seeks his reward from God, he will attain the reward of the patient. But if he is discontented and despairs, he will have lost both his beloved and his reward. And if he meets this tribulation with acceptance and submission, his station is above the station of patience. And higher still is for him to meet it with gratitude, in recognition of God's beautiful choice for him. For God never decrees 76b for the believer a decree, but that it is good for him. So when he knows that this decree is good for him, it necessitates that he be grateful to God for that good which he has decreed for him. And even if he does not know that it is good for him, let him submit to the one who is truthful and confirmed in his report, which is affirmed by an oath, when he says, "By him in whose hand is my soul," God never decrees for a believer a decree, but that it is good for him. If prosperity befalls him, he is grateful, and it is good for him. And if adversity befalls him, he is patient, and it is good for him. And this is for none but the believer. And the faith of the servant in this matter is that he believes that the decree is good for him, and that necessitates gratitude to the one who decreed and ordained it, and in God is all success. Chapter the 17th. On the commendability of choosing a beautiful form for the union, which God and his messenger love God, the Exalted, has said, after mentioning what he has made lawful for his servants of wives and bondwomen, and what he has forbidden to them. God desires to make clear to you and to guide you to the paths of those who came before you, and to turn to you in his mercy. For God is all-knowing, all-wise. 26. And God desires to turn to you in his mercy, whereas those who follow their own desires want you to deviate with a tremendous deviation. 27. God desires to lighten your burden, for man has been created weak. An-Nisa 26:28. That is, he has no patience when it comes to women, as was stated by Ath-Thawri from Ibn Tawus from his father concerning, for man has been created weak. An-Nisa 28. He said, when he looks at women, he is not patient. And so said more than one of the early generations. And since desire in this matter is overwhelming, and it must inevitably lead to that which necessitates repentance, he, the glorified and exalted, repeated the mention of repentance twice. He informed us that those who follow their desires want his servants to deviate with a tremendous deviation. And he, the glorified and exalted, informed us that he desires to lighten our burden on account of our weakness, and so he permitted us to marry whomever we please from among the good women, up to 4, and to take as bondwomen whomsoever we wish. And since the servant has 3 states in this matter, a state of ignorance of what is lawful and unlawful for him, a state of negligence and shortcoming, and a state of weakness and lack of patience, he, the glorified, met the ignorance of his servant with clarification and guidance, his shortcoming 77a, and negligence with repentance, and his weakness and lack of patience with the lightening of his burden. And Abdullah ibn Ahmad said in the book of Asceticism by his father, Abu Ma'mar related to us, from Yusuf ibn Atiyah, from Thabit, from Anas ibn Malik, may God be pleased with him, who said, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, the solace of my eye has been placed in prayer, and women and perfume have been made dear to me. The hungry man is sated, and the thirsty man has his thirst quenched, but I am never sated of my love for prayer and women. Its origin is in the Sahih of Muslim, without this addition. And in the Sahih of Muslim, from the hadith of Urwa, from Aisha, may God be pleased with her, she said, when the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, took the captives of Banu al-Mustalik, Juwayriyah bint al-Harith ibn Abi Dirar fell to the lot of Thabit ibn Qais ibn al-Shammas, or to a cousin of his. She then entered into a contract to purchase her own freedom, and she was a woman of exquisite beauty and sweetness. No one saw her but that she captivated his soul. So she came to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to seek his help with her contract. She said, "By God, as soon as I saw her at the door of the chamber, I felt a dislike for it, and I knew that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, would see in her what I saw." She said, "O messenger of God, I am Juwayriyah, daughter of Al-Harith ibn Abi Dirar, the leader of his people, and I have been afflicted with a tribulation that is not hidden from you. I have fallen to the lot of Thabit ibn Qais ibn al-Shammas, or a cousin of his, so I have come to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to seek his help." He said, "Would you be inclined to something better than that?" She said, "And what is that?" He said, "I will pay your contract and I will marry you." She said, "Yes, O messenger of God, I have accepted." The news then went out to the people that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, had married Juwayriyah bint al-Harith. So the people said, "They are now the in-laws of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace," and they released the captives in their hands. She said, "So by his marrying her 100 households of Banu al-Mustalik were freed, and I do not know of a woman who was a greater blessing to her people than she." And Abdullah ibn Umar, may God be pleased with them both, said, "My share on the day of Jalula was a maiden whose neck was like a pitcher of silver, and I could not control myself, but rose to her and kissed her." And in the 2 Sahihs from the hadith of Anas, may God be pleased with him, he said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, came to 77b Khaybar, and when God granted him victory over the fortress, the beauty of Safiya bint Huyay was mentioned to him. Her husband had been killed, and she was a new bride. So the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, chose her for himself. He set out with her until they reached Sad al-Rawha, where he consummated the marriage with her. Then he prepared haze, a dish of dates, butter and cheese, on a small leather mat. Then the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Announce it to those around you." And that was the wedding feast of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, for Safiya. Then we departed for Medina, and I saw the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, making a space for her behind him with his cloak. Then he would sit beside his camel and place his knee, and Safiya would place her foot upon his knee until she had mounted. And with Abu Dawood, in this account, it says, "A beautiful maiden fell to the lot of Dihya, so the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, purchased her for 7 head of camels. Then he sent her to Sulaim to prepare and adorn her, and to observe her waiting period in her house. And she was Safiya bint Huyay." Abu Ubaidah said, "Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan performed the Hajj, and with him was Khalid ibn Yazid ibn Muawiyah. This Khalid was among the most distinguished men of Quraysh, and was held in great esteem by Abd al-Malik. While he was circumambulating the house, he caught sight of Ramla bint al-Zubayr ibn al-Awwam, and he fell passionately in love with her, and she took hold of his heart with a firm grip. When Abd al-Malik wished to depart, Khalid intended to stay behind, and a suspicion arose in the heart of Abd al-Malik. So he sent for him and asked him of his affair. He said, "O commander of the faithful, it is Ramla, the daughter of al-Zubayr. I saw her circumambulating the house, and she bewildered my mind. By God, I did not reveal what is in me to you until my patience was exhausted. I have offered sleep to my eyes, but they would not accept it, and consolation to my heart, but it refused." Abd al-Malik was long in his astonishment at this, and said, "I did not think that passion could hold one such as you captive." He replied, "Indeed, I am more astonished at your astonishment in me. I used to say that passion only takes hold of two kinds of people, poets and Bedouins. As for the poets, they have devoted their hearts to thinking of women, describing them, and composing amorous verse, so their nature inclined towards 78A women, and their hearts became too weak to repel passion, so they surrendered to it, obedient. As for the Bedouins, one of them lives in seclusion with his wife, and nothing dominates him but his love for her, and nothing distracts him from it. Thus they were too weak to repel passion, and it took hold of them. But I have never seen a glance that came between me and resolve, and that made the riding of sin seem beautiful to me, like this glance of mine." Abd al-Malik smiled and said, "Has it reached all this with you?" He said, "By God, this tribulation has never befallen me before this time." So Abd al-Malik sent a proposal to the family of al-Zubayr for Ramla on Khalid's behalf. They mentioned it to her, and she said, "No, by God, not unless he divorces his wives." So he divorced the two wives he had and journeyed with her to Syria. And he used to say, "Does not this yearning increase with every night and with every day for our beloved's nearness? My two friends, there is no hour of time you mention but that it relieves me of my anguish. I love the clan of Al-Awwam, all of them for love of her, and for her sake I have come to love her maternal kinsman, the Kalb. The anklets of women jingle, but I see not for Ramla an anklet that jingles, nor a heart ring." Al-Qaraiti mentioned that Bishr ibn Marwan, whenever he drafted one of his soldiers and then found that he had abandoned his post, would make him stand on a chair, then nail his hands to the wall, then pull the chair from under his feet, and he would not cease to struggle until he died. And he drafted a man who was a lover, newly wed to his cousin. When he arrived at his post, he wrote a letter to his cousin, and at the bottom of it he wrote, "Were it not for fear of Bishr and his punishment, and that my palm be seen hereafter with a nail driven through, then I would have forsaken my post and visited you. For the lover, when he yearns, is ever a visitor." When the letter reached her, she wrote a reply, and at the bottom of it she wrote, "He is no lover who fears punishment, even if his punishment were to be in the furnace of the fire. Pent it be nay, the lover is one whom nothing frightens, until he and the one he adores are together in the same abode." When he read the letter, he said, "There is no good in life after this." And he went forth until he entered the city, and came to Bishr ibn Marwan at the time of his morning meal. When he had finished his meal, the man was brought into him. He said, "What led you to forsake your post? Did you not hear the call?" He replied, "Hear my excuse, and then either forgive or punish." He said, "Woe to you, and what excuse could you have?" So he related to him his story and the story of his cousin. He said, "May you both have what you desire. O servant, strike his name from the draft, give him 10,000 dirhams, and go to your cousin. I remain awake, while the one who gifted me this longing is asleep, and my heart is tormented by desire while he is safe. Alas, how long must I keep saying to one who blames me for my love of you, 'You are unjust'? And how long must I hide my desire and conceal it, and bury the yearning in my heart and keep it secret? I wish that what pleases you would come at my own displeasure, so that a slanderer may do his work, or a blamer find excuse. And another said, It is I, not she, who suffers from her cruelty, and from the passion of love in my heart, for which I would ransom her. And God knows that I would not be pleased for her to suffer the ecstasy of love that I have suffered for her, for fear that she might weep as I weep, which would leave me weeping at times over my own heart, and at times weeping for her. Al-Abbas ibn Hisham al-Kalbi said, Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan dispatched a contingent to Yemen, and they remained for years. Then, one night, while he was in Damascus, he said, By God, tonight I shall patrol the city of Damascus, and I shall hear what the people say about the contingent in which I have sent their men to war and made them spend their wealth. While he was in one of its alleys, he heard the voice of a woman standing in prayer. He listened to her, and when she went to her bed, she said, O God, mover of the clouds, revealer of the books, giver of desires, I ask you to return my absent one, and thereby relieve my sorrow and gladden my eye. And I ask, 79a, are you to judge between me and Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan, who has done this to us? Then she began to recite, This night has grown long, and my eye sheds its tears, and a sorrow that pains my heart keeps me awake. I passed the night enduring it, watching its stars, while my heart was being torn apart by passion. When one of its stars would set in the west, I would glimpse with my eye another star as it rose. Whenever I recall what was between us, I find my heart breaking with sorrow. And every lover remembers his beloved, hoping for his return each day and longing. So, O Lord of the throne, relieve what you see of my ardour, for you are the one whom servants call upon, and he hears. I have called upon you in ease and in hardship, a call for a need that burns between my ribs. Abd al-Malik said to his chamberlain, Do you know this house? He said, Yes, this is the house of Yazid ibn Sinan. He asked, And who is the woman to him? He said, His wife. When morning came, he asked how long a woman can be patient without her husband. They said, 6 months. Jarir ibn Hazim said, from Yala ibn Hakim, from Sa'id ibn Jubair. He said, Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, whenever evening came, would take his whip and patrol the city. If he saw something he disapproved of, he would forbid it. One night, while he was on his rounds, he passed by a woman on her roof, and she was saying, This night has grown long, and its side has become drenched with dew, and I am sleepless, for I have no beloved with whom to jest. By God, were it not for God, there is no Lord but He, the sides of this bed would surely have been stirred. Fear of my Lord and modesty restrain me, and I honour my husband, that his domain not be trespassed. Then she heaved a deep sigh, and said, How little Umar ibn al-Khattab must care for what I have suffered tonight. He knocked on the door of the house. She said, Who is this who comes to a woman whose husband is away at this hour? He said, Open. But she refused. When he persisted, she said, By God, if the commander of the faithful knew of this, he would surely punish you. When he saw her chastity, he said, 79b, Open, for I am the commander of the faithful. She said, You lie, you are not the commander of the faithful. So he raised his voice to her and spoke clearly, and she recognized that it was him. So she opened the door for him. He said, So, how did you speak? And she repeated to him what she had said. He asked, Where is your husband? She said, In such and such contingent. He then sent a message to the commander of that army, Dispatch so-and-so, son of so-and-so. When he came to him, he said, Go to your family. Then he went to his daughter Hafsa and said, "O my dear daughter, how long can a woman be patient without her husband?" She said, "A month, 2 and 3, and in the 4th, patience is exhausted." So he made that the term for military campaigns. And this corresponds to God, the glorified and exalted, making the period for the oath of abstinence 4 months. For he, the glorified and exalted, knew that a woman's patience weakens after 4 months, and the strength of her patience cannot endure for longer than this period. So he made it the term for the one who takes such an oath, and gave her the choice after 4 months. If she wished, she could remain with him, and if she wished, she could annul her marriage. For when 4 months have passed, her patience is exhausted. The poet said, "And when I called upon patience and weeping after you were gone, the weeping answered readily, but patience did not answer." Chapter the 18th. That the remedy for lovers lies in the perfection of union, which the Lord of all worlds has made lawful. God, the glorified and exalted, has appointed a remedy for every malady, and he has made the path to that remedy accessible through both divine law and decree. Whoever seeks a cure through what God has legislated for him, and seeks help for it through the divine decree, and approaches the matter from its proper gate, will find healing. But whoever seeks a remedy through what is forbidden to him by divine law, even if he's tested with it by divine decree, has strayed from the path of healing, and is like one who treats a malady with a malady even greater than it. The hadith of Tawus from Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, has already been mentioned, in which he said, "For two who are in love, nothing is seen to be like marriage." The wise among physicians and others are in agreement in their placement of remedies, that the cure for this malady lies in the meeting of the 2 spouses and the cleaving of the 2 bodies. And Muslim has related in his Sahih from the hadith of Abu al-Zubayr from Jabir, may God be pleased with him, that the messenger of ATA God, may God bless him and grant him peace, saw a woman, so he went to Zainab and fulfilled his need with her, and he said, "Verily, a woman approaches in the guise of a tempter and departs in the guise of a tempter. So if any of you sees a woman and is captivated by her, let him go to his wife, for that will repel what is in his soul." Ismail ibn Ayyash mentioned, from Shurabil ibn Muslim, from Abu Muslim al-Khawlani, may God have mercy upon him, that he used to say, "O people of Khawlan, marry off your young men and your unmarried women, for carnal desire is a tempestuous affair, so prepare for it its provisions. And know that one who is in a state of arousal grants no audience." He means that if someone seeks permission to enter upon him, no permission is granted. Al-Utbi mentioned that a man from the descendants of Uthman and a man from the descendants of Al-Hussein went out, intending to visit a property of theirs. They stopped beneath a large acacia tree, and one of them took a leaf and wrote upon it, "O acacia, favoured with rain, tell us in truth and in truth there is a cure." And the other wrote, "Does the lover die from the pain of love? And does the meeting with the beloved bring a cure?" Then they went on their way. When they returned, they found written beneath that, "It is ignorance for you to ask the acacia about that, which one day will not be hidden from you. For the impassioned lover there is no cure for love, save the pleasure of meeting." And Abu Jafar al-Adawi said, "The intoxication of passion is more quenching to my bones and joints than when a companion is intoxicated from the pleasure of wine. And more beautiful than the striking and plucking of lutes is the echo of a mouth being struck by a mouth." And when I called upon patience and weeping after you were gone, the weeping answered readily, but patience did not answer. Abdullah ibn Salih said, when Al-Layth ibn Sa'd desired to have relations, he would seclude himself in a room in his house and call for a garment called al-Burkan, which he would wear at that time. And when he secluded himself in that room, it was known that he intended a certain matter. And when he was with his wife, he would say, O God, make its root firm for me, and raise its head for me, and make its entry and exit easy for me, and grant me its pleasure, and bestow upon me righteous offspring 80 be who will fight in your way. He said, and he had a powerful voice, so that was heard from him. Al-Kharaiti said, Umara ibn Wathima related to us, saying, my father related to me, saying, Abdullah ibn Rabi'ah was among the best of Quraysh in righteousness and chastity. His virility never rested, so he witnessed neither good nor evil among Quraysh. He would marry a woman, and she would not remain with him save for a few days before she would flee to her family. Zainab bint Umar ibn Abi Salama said, why do they flee from their cousin? It was said to her, because they cannot endure him. She said, so what prevents him from me? For I, by God, am of great stature, large of hips, and ample of form. He said, so he married her, and she was patient with him, and she bore him 6 children. Rushdin ibn Sa'd said, from Zahra ibn Mabad, from Muhammad ibn al-Munkadir, that he used to supplicate in his prayer, O God, strengthen my virility for me, for in it is well-being for my family. Hamad ibn Zayd said, from Hisham ibn Hassan, from Muhammad ibn Sirin, who said, Anas ibn Malik had a servant who was exceedingly libidinous, so his wife brought a complaint about him to Anas, saying, I cannot endure him. So he decreed for him 6 times with her in a day and a night. Ali ibn Asim said, Khalid al-Hadda related to us, saying, when God created Adam and created Eve, he said to him, O Adam, dwell with your spouse. Eve said to him, O Adam, how delightful this is, give us more of it. And in the Sahih, that Sulaiman ibn Dawood, peace be upon them both, visited 90 women in a single night. And in the 2 Sahihs, that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, would visit his wives in a single night, and they were 9 women. And sometimes he would visit them with a single ritual bath, and sometimes he would perform a ritual bath at the home of each one of them. Al-Marudi said, Abu Abdillah said, celibacy is not a part of Islam in any way. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, married 14 women and died, leaving 9. Had Bishr al-Harith married, his affair would have been complete. If people were to abandon marriage, there would be no military campaigns, no Hajj, and not this and not that. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, would awaken with nothing in their 81A house, yet he died leaving 9 wives. He chose marriage and encouraged it, and forbade celibacy. So whoever turns away from the sunnah of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, is not upon the truth. Jacob, in his sorrow, married and had children. And the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, Women have been made dear to me. I said to him, But it is related of Ibrahim ibn Adam that he said, The trepidation of a man with a family. I could not complete the narration before he cried out at me and said, You have fallen into the side paths. Look to what Muhammad, may God bless him and grant him peace, and his companions were upon. Then he said, The weeping of a small child before his father, asking him for bread, is better than such and such. How can a celibate worshipper ever attain to that? His words end here. The jurists have differed as to whether it is obligatory for a husband to have relations with his wife. One group said, it is not obligatory upon him, for it is his right. If he wishes, he may take it, and if he wishes, he may leave it, just like one who rents a house. If he wishes, he may live in it, and if he wishes, he may leave it. This is among the weakest of opinions, and the Qur'an, the Sunnah, custom, and analogy all refute it. As for the Qur'an, God, the glorified and exalted, said, "And they, women, have rights similar to the rights against them, according to what is equitable." Al-Baqarah 228. Thus he informed us that a woman has a right similar to that which is upon her. So if intercourse is a right for the husband over her, it is a right for her over the husband by the clear text of the Qur'an. Furthermore, he, the glorified and exalted, commanded husbands to consort with their wives in an equitable manner, and it is the opposite of equity for him to have a young wife whose desire equals or exceeds that of a man by many multiples, and yet not let her taste the pleasure of intimacy even once. And whoever claims that this is from equity, his own nature is sufficient to refute him. God, the glorified and exalted, has only permitted husbands to keep their wives in this manner, not in any other. He, the exalted, said, "Then either keep them in an equitable manner or release them with kindness." Al-Baqarah 229. Another group said, "It is obligatory upon him to have intercourse with her once in a lifetime, so that the dowry may be settled for her by that." This is of the same kind as the first opinion, and it is false for another reason. The purpose is to consort with her in an equitable manner. The dowry is part of the contract to honour its sanctity and to distinguish it from fornication. Thus, the obligation to fulfil the purpose of marriage is stronger than the obligation of the dowry. A third group said, it is obligatory upon him, 81b, to have intercourse with her once every 4 months. They argued for this by noting that God, the glorified and exalted, permitted the one who takes an oath of abstinence a waiting period of 4 months, and gave the woman a choice after that. If she wished to remain with him, she could, and if she wished to leave him, she could. Had she a right to intercourse more frequently than that, he would not have allowed the husband to abstain from it for that period. This opinion, although closer to the truth than the two that preceded it, is also not correct, for it is not the equitable treatment that is her right and his duty. As for making the period of the oath of abstinence 4 months, it is a consideration from him, the glorified, for husbands. For a man may need to abstain from intercourse with his wife for a period due to a contingent reason, such as travel, or for discipline, or for peace of mind, or being occupied with an important matter. So God, the glorified and exalted, appointed for him a term of 4 months, but it does not follow from this that intercourse is timed to be once every 4 months. Another group said, rather, it is obligatory upon him to have intercourse with her according to what is equitable, just as he provides for her, clothes her, and consorts with her in an equitable manner. Indeed, this is the pillar of such consorting and its very purpose. God, the glorified and exalted, has commanded that he consort with her in an equitable manner, and so intercourse is included in this consorting and is indispensable. They said, and it is upon him to satisfy her with intercourse if he is able to do so, just as it is upon him to satisfy her with sustenance. And our Sheikh, may God, the exalted, have mercy upon him, would favour this opinion and choose it. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, has encouraged the use of this remedy and made it desirable, and he has attached a reward to it, making it an act of charity for the one who does it. He said, and in the intimacy of one of you there is a charity. And among the chapter headings of Al-Nasai on this subject is encouragement for conjugal relations, after which he mentioned this hadith. Thus, in this there is perfection of pleasure, perfection of kindness to the beloved, attainment of reward, the merit of charity, joy for the soul, the banishment of its base thoughts, lightness of the spirit, the removal of its coarseness and density, lightness of the body, balance of the humours, the bringing of health, and the expulsion of harmful substances. If this coincides with a beautiful face, a gentle character, an abundant love, a complete desire, and the hope of reward, then that is a pleasure that nothing can equal. Especially if it reaches its perfection, for it 82a is not perfected until every part of the body takes its share of delight. Thus the eye finds its pleasure in gazing upon the beloved, the ear in hearing his words, the nose in inhaling his fragrance, the mouth in kissing him, and the hand in touching him. And every limb is devoted to what it seeks of its pleasure, and what corresponds to it in the beloved. If any of this is missing, the soul does not cease to look for it and demand it, and so it does not find complete tranquility. For that reason, a woman is called a sakan, a source of tranquility, because the soul finds tranquility in her. God, the Exalted, said, "And among his signs is this, that he created for you mates from among yourselves, that you may dwell in tranquility with them." Ar-Rum 21. For that reason, and for another natural reason, intercourse during the day has been deemed superior to intercourse at night. That is because the night is a time when the senses cool and seek their share of rest, while the day is the place for the diffusion of movements. As he, the Exalted, said, "And it is he who has made the night for you as a garment, and sleep as a repose, and has made the day for rising." Al-Furqan 47. And he, the Exalted, said, "It is he who has made the night for you, that you may rest therein." Yunus 67. And the completion of the blessing in that is the joy of the lover in the pleasure of his Lord, the Exalted, with that act his hope for the reward of this pleasure, and his expectation that his scale of deeds will be made heavy by it. For this reason, the most beloved of things to Satan is to cause separation between a man and his beloved, so that he may bring about the substitution of that relationship for each of them with that which is forbidden. As is related in the Sunan from him, may God bless him and grant him peace. The most detested of lawful things to God is divorce. And in Sahih Muslim, from the hadith of Jabir, from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. Verily, Iblis places his throne upon the water, then he sends out his detachments among the people. The nearest of them to him in station is the greatest of them in causing turmoil. One of them comes and says, "I did not cease with him until he committed fornication." He says he will repent. Another comes and says, "I did not cease with him until I caused separation between him and his wife." He then draws him near, embraces him and says, "Yes, you, yes, you." Thus, since this union is the most beloved of things to God and his messenger, it is the most detested of things to the enemy of God. He strives to cause separation between two who love each other in God with a love that God loves, and he brings two people together in a love that God detests and is displeased with. And most passionate lovers are among his soldiers, 82b, and his army. Their state progresses until he himself becomes one of their soldiers and their army, leading them on, making abominations seem beautiful to them, and bringing them together upon them. As it was said, I am amazed at Iblis and his arrogance, and the ugliness of the path he has displayed. He grew proud over Adam for a single prostration, and became a procurer for his descendants. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, guided the youth who are the most prone to passionate love to their most beneficial remedy. In the two Sahihs, from the hadith of Ibn Mas'ud, who said, "The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, O company of youth, whoever among you is able to bear the expense of marriage, let him marry, for it is more effective in lowering the gaze and more protective of the private parts." And in another wording mentioned by Abu Ubaid, Abu Muawiyah related to us from Al-Amash, from Ibrahim, from Al-Qama, from Abdullah, from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. You must engage in conjugal relations, al-ba'a. And he mentioned the hadith. There is a difference between the two wordings, for the first implies a command for the unmarried to marry, while the second implies a command for the married to engage in conjugal relations. And al-ba'a is one of the names for intercourse. His saying, "Whoever among you is able to bear the expense of marriage, al-ba'a, let him marry," has been interpreted to mean intercourse, and it has been interpreted to mean the financial means for marriage. The first interpretation does not contradict this, as the meaning in that case would be the means for intercourse. Then he said, "And whoever is not able, let him fast, for it is a restraint for him." Thus he guided them to the healing remedy which has been appointed for this matter. Then he moved them from it, in the case of inability, to its substitute, which is fasting. For it breaks the desire of the self and constricts for it the channels of desire. For this desire is strengthened by the abundance and quality of food. The quantity and quality of food increase its generation. Fasting constricts that for it, so it becomes like a restraint for a stallion. And rarely does one who fasts perpetually not find that his desire has died or has become exceedingly weak. The legislated fast moderates it, and its moderation is a virtue between two vices, a middle path between two blameworthy extremes, which are impotence and excessive unrestrained lust. Both of these are outside of moderation. Both extremes of a matter's purpose are blameworthy, and the best of matters are their moderate ones. And all the virtuous morals are a middle path between the two extremes of excess and deficiency. Likewise, the straight religion is a middle path between two deviations, and likewise the Sunnah is a middle path between two innovations. And likewise, the correct view in matters of dispute, if you wish to attain it, is the middle opinion between two distant extremes. But this is not the place for the detailed explanation of this summary statement, for that is not our intention, and in God is all success. Chapter the 19th. On mentioning the virtue of beauty and the soul's inclination thereto in every state. Know that beauty is of two kinds, outer and inner. Beauty is that which is loved for its own sake, and this is the beauty of knowledge, intellect, generosity, chastity, and courage. This inner beauty is the object of God's gaze upon his servant and the locus of his love, as is stated in the sound hadith. Verily, God does not look at your forms or your wealth, but he looks at your hearts and your deeds. This inner beauty adorns the outer form, even if it is not possessed of beauty in itself, and it clothes its possessor with a beauty, gravity, and sweetness in accordance with what his soul has acquired of those qualities. For the believer is given a gravity and sweetness according to his faith. Whoever sees him is awed by him, and whoever associates with him loves him. And this is a matter witnessed by the eye, for you see a righteous, good man of beautiful morals as being one of the sweetest of people in form, even if he is dark-skinned or not beautiful. especially if he is blessed with a portion of the night prayer, for it illuminates the face and makes it beautiful. A certain woman used to pray much at night, and she was asked about it. She said, "It beautifies the face, and I love for my face to be beautiful." And what indicates that inner beauty is better than outer beauty is that hearts are never free from venerating its possessor, loving him and inclining toward him. As for outer beauty, it is an adornment with which God has distinguished some forms from others, and it is from the increase in creation about which God, the Exalted, said, "He adds to creation what he wills." Fatir 1. They said, "This is a beautiful voice and a beautiful form." And hearts are, as it were, disposed to love it, just as they are created with a natural inclination to find it beautiful. 83b. And it is established in the Sahih from him, may God bless him and grant him peace, that he said, "No one will enter paradise who has in his heart an atom's weight of pride." They said, "O Messenger of God, a man loves for his sandals to be beautiful and his garment to be beautiful. Is that from pride?" He said, "No, verily God is beautiful, and he loves beauty. Pride is to reject the truth and to disdain people. To reject the truth is to deny it and repel it after knowing it, and to disdain people is to look upon them with an eye of contempt, scorn, and belittlement. There is no harm in this if it is for God's sake, and the sign of that is that one holds one's own self in even greater disdain and belittlement than one does them. But if one holds them in contempt due to the greatness of one's own self in one's eyes, this is the one whose possessor will not enter paradise. And just as inner beauty is among the greatest of God's blessings upon his servant, so too is outer beauty a blessing from him upon his servant, which necessitates gratitude. If he is grateful for it through piety and by safeguarding it, his beauty increases upon his beauty. But if he uses his beauty in disobedience to him, the glorified, he will turn it into a manifest ugliness for him in this world before the hereafter. Those beautiful features will become a source of alienation, ugliness, and disgrace, and whoever sees him will be repelled by him. Thus, whoever does not fear God in his comeliness and beauty will have it turned into an ugliness and a disgrace by which he is shamed among the people. For the beauty of the inner self overcomes the ugliness of the outer form and conceals it, and the ugliness of the inner self overcomes the beauty of the outer form and conceals it. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, used to call people to inner beauty through outer beauty. As Jarir ibn Abdullah said, and Umar ibn al-Khattab used to call him the Joseph of this nation, he said, "The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to me, 'You are a man whose creation God has made beautiful, so make your character beautiful.' And one of the wise men said, 'A servant ought to look in the mirror every day. If he sees his form is beautiful, he should not mar it with an ugly deed. And if he sees it is ugly, he should not combine the ugliness of the form with the ugliness of the deed. And since beauty in and of itself is beloved to souls and venerated in hearts, God never sent a prophet but that he was beautiful of face, noble of lineage, and beautiful of voice. Thus said Ali ibn Abi Talib. And the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, 84a was the most beautiful of God's creation and the most comely of them in face. As Al-Bara ibn Azib said when he was asked, "Was the face of the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, like a sword?" He said, "No, rather like the moon." And in his description, "May God bless him and grant him peace," it was as if the sun were coursing through his face. His describer said, "I saw none like him, neither before nor after." Rabia al-Jarashi said, Beauty was divided into two halves. Between Sarah and Joseph was one half of all beauty, and the other half was among the rest of mankind. And in the Sahih from him, may God bless him and grant him peace, that on the night of the Ascension he saw Joseph, who had been given one half of all beauty. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, preferred that a messenger who was sent to him be of handsome face and handsome name. And he used to say, "If you send me a messenger, let him be of handsome face and handsome name." Al-Kharaiti has related from the hadith of Ibn Jurayj, from Ibn Abi Mulaika, from Ibn Abbas, who traced it back to the Prophet. Whoever is given by God a handsome face, a handsome name, and a handsome character, and is placed in a station that does not shame him, he is among God's chosen of his creation. Wahb said, David said, "O Lord, which of your servants is most beloved to you?" He said, "A believer of beautiful form." He said, "And which of your servants is most odious to you?" He said, "A disbeliever of ugly form." It is mentioned from Aisha that a group of the companions of the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, were waiting for him at the door. He began to look at his reflection in the water, arranging his hair and his beard, and then he went out to them. I said, "O Messenger of God, even you do this?" He replied, "Yes. When a man goes out to his brethren, let him prepare himself, for God is beautiful and loves beauty." Yahya ibn Abi Kathir said, "A man with bleary eyes entered upon Muawiyah. He reduced his stipend and said, 'What prevents one of you, when he leaves his house, from attending to the skin of his face?' Aisha bint Talha was one of the most beautiful people of her time, or the most beautiful of them. Anas ibn Malik said to her, 'By God, I have never seen anyone more beautiful than you, except for Muawiyah on the pulpit of the Messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace.' She replied, 'By God, I am more beautiful 84B than fire in the eye of one shivering with cold on a frigid night.' Anas entered upon her one day on an errand, and he said, 'The people wish to enter upon you to gaze upon your beauty.' She said, 'Why did you not tell me, so I could put on my garments?' Musab ibn Zubayr was one of the most handsome of men, and he would envy people for their beauty. One day, while he was delivering a sermon, Ibn Jawdan from the direction of the Azd entered, and he was beautiful. Musab turned his face away from that direction to another. Then Ibn Jibran entered from that direction, and he was beautiful. He cast his gaze to the back of the mosque, and Al-Hasan al-Basri entered, and he was among the most beautiful of men. So Musab descended from the pulpit. Some women went out on the day of Eid to look at the people. They were asked, "Who was the most handsome of those who passed by you?" They said, "An old man with a black turban," meaning Al-Hasan al-Basri. Musab ibn al-Zubayr captured a man from the companions of al-Mukhtar and ordered that his neck be struck. The man said, "O Emir, how ugly it would be for me to stand on the day of resurrection before this handsome form of yours and this face of yours by which light is sought, and to cling to your garments and say, 'O Lord, ask Musab why he killed me.'" Musab said, "Release him." The man said, "O Emir, let the life that has been gifted to me be one of ease." Musab said, "Give him 100,000 dirhams." The man said, "I call God to witness that Abd al-Rahman ibn Qais al-Ruqayyat shall have the like of it." Musab said, "And why is that?" He said, "For his saying, 'Verily, Musab is but a meteor from God, from whose face the darkness has been dispelled.'" Musab laughed and said, "Indeed, In you there is a place for beneficence. And he ordered him to remain in his company. Al-Zubayr ibn Bakr said, Musab al-Zubayri related to us from Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi al-Jaysh, who said, Abu Hazim went out to cast the pebbles at the Jamarat, and with him were a group of devout worshippers. He was speaking to them, narrating to them, and telling them stories. As he was walking with them, he saw a young woman, veiled by her kimar, casting glances at the people to her right, 85A, and to her left. She had captivated the people, and they were looking at her, bewildered, and some were stumbling into others on the road. Abu Hazim saw her and said, O you, fear God, for you are in a sacred precinct among the great sacred precincts of God, and you have tempted the people. So draw your veil over your bosom, for God, the mighty and majestic, says, and let them draw their veils over their bosoms. An-Nur 31. She turned, laughing at his words, and said, By God I am, of those who did not make the pilgrimage seeking a reward, but rather to slay the innocent and the unwary. Abu Hazim turned to his companions and said, Come, let us pray to God that he does not punish this beautiful form with the fire. And he began to pray, and his companions said, Amen. Damrah ibn Rabia said from Abdullah ibn Shawdab, A beautiful woman entered upon al-Hasan al-Basri and said, O Abu Sa'id, should men marry other women in addition to their wives? He said, Yes. She said, Even over one such as me? Then she unveiled a face the likes of which had never been seen in beauty, and said, O Abu Sa'id, do not give men this fatwa. Then she turned away. Al-Hasan said, A man who had this in a corner of his house would have missed nothing of this world. Abd al-Malik ibn Quraib said, I was at one of the watering holes of the Arabs when I heard the people saying, She has come, she has come. The people moved, and I rose with them, and there was a young maiden who had come to the water. I had never seen the like of her in the beauty of her face and the perfection of her form. When she saw the people gazing at her, she dropped her veil, and it was as if a cloud had covered a sun. I said, Why do you deny us the sight of this beautiful face of yours? She began to recite, And whenever you send your glance as a scout, for your heart one day the sights will weary you. You have seen that which you are not able to possess in its entirety, nor are you patient enough to abstain from a part of it. A Bedouin looked at her and said, I, by God, am among those whose patience is little. Then he said, O you with the eyes of a wild doe, where are your people? Do they dwell in the rugged lands, or is their home the plains? And what land brought you forth? For I see you to be from paradise, if your origin were to be searched. Stop and tell us what you have tasted and what you have drunk, and from where has your journey begun? For the signs of the gardens are manifest upon you, and verily like resembles like. You have reached the pinnacle of beauty among women, and if the full moon of the dark night has an offspring, then you are its offspring. And another said, O you who made the grieving one forget his sorrows, when you came to him among the consolers. You met them with your likeness, and they stood up, laughing and weeping. It is a right for this face to take pride and forget its sorrow, for any who were grieving. And another said, Illuminate the place of the full moon, if the full moon has set, and stand in the place of the sun, if the dawn is delayed. For in you is the light of the radiant sun, but it does not have your smile or your pearly teeth. And another said, My sleep, O my eyes, is forbidden to you, so let flow tears whose downpour is incessant. For in tears there is an extinguishing for the fire of ardent love, which has a blaze between the curves of my ribs, O my burning heart, which has been rent from ecstasy, melt, for there is no blame upon you. O face, before which proud faces have been humbled, and which has become haughty with pride, so it is unattainable. Grant refuge to one who seeks refuge in you through love, extending his hands to you while other eyes are asleep. Al-Kharaiti mentioned from one of the Alids who said, I was with Al-Hasan ibn Hani while he was reciting, Woe is me for the dark-eyed ones, the firm-breasted, the slender-waisted, who speak to us of what is in the heart with the tongues of their eyelids. A Bedouin with his young son stopped before him and said, Repeat it for me. He repeated it. The Bedouin said, O son of my brother, is it only you who suffers from this? Woe is me and you and this son of mine and this whole group and all our neighbours. Al-Kharaiti said, Yamut ibn al-Muzara related to us, from Muhammad ibn Humayd, from Muhammad ibn Salama 86a, who said, My father related to me, saying, I came to Abd al-Aziz ibn al-Muttalib to ask him about the pledge of allegiance of the jinn to the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, at the Mosque of the Confederates, and what its beginning was. I found him lying on his back, singing, No meadow in the rugged land, its soil fragrant, its wormwood and lavender exuding dew, is more fragrant than the sleeves of Azar in the deep of night, when her fire has been kindled with moist Indian aloe wood. One of the fair, secluded ones you will not find in her any misfortune, and in her protected lineage her pedigree is pure. If she appears, she is a solace to your eye, and if you are absent from her, no shame will befall you from her. I said to him, You are singing, May God set your affairs aright, despite your eminence and your noble standing. By God, I shall carry this news to the riders of Najd. He said, By God, he paid me no mind, and returned to his singing. No white-footed gazelle, its heart fluttering, crossing the expanses of the thickets on its hooves, is more beautiful than she when she says with coquetry, while her tears stream down, filling the coal-lined lids, Enjoy this short day, for it is a pledge for the long days of estrangement. He said, So I regretted what I had said, and I said to him, May God set your affairs aright. Will you not narrate something to me about this? He said, Yes. My father related to me, saying, I entered upon Salim ibn Abdullah ibn Umar while Ashath was singing to him. An absent one, like the full moon, is the form of her face. Her garments are pure, and her honour is ample. She has a noble lineage and a refined honour, and from every detested matter a deterrent. One of the fair, secluded ones, you will not find in her a cause for suspicion, nor has any poet swayed her from the piety of God. Salim said to him, Give me more. So he sang to him. She visited us while the night was dark, as if it were the wing of a raven from which the drops of rain have been shaken. I said, Is it a perfume seller who has taken lodging in our camp? But Layla carried no perfume other than her own fragrance. 86b. Salim said to him, By God, were it not that the narrators would spread it, I would have given you a magnificent prize, for you have a special standing in this matter. Al-Kharaiti said, Al-Abbas ibn al-Fadl related to us from one of his companions, who said, I performed the Hajj one year, and while I was at Al-Rabada, a maiden with a veil over her face stood before us. She said, O company of pilgrims, a group from Hudhail, their livestock have been swept away by the flood, and the days have left them destitute. They have no pasture to seek. Who then will be mindful of the hereafter in their regard, and acknowledge for them the right of brotherhood? May God reward him with good. He said, So we gave her some charity. I said to her, Have you composed anything about this? She began to recite, "The hand of time has laid us low with force. May its fingers be paralyzed from harming the Arabs. A people, when guests alight at their door, they find their voluntary gifts given without account." I said to her, "If only you would delight us with a look at your face." She lifted the veil from a face that minds could not find words to describe. When she saw that we were dumbstruck by her beauty, she began to recite, "Time has revealed a visage that my parents had protected before the trials of the days. So delight your eyes in its beauty, and forbid your limbs from sinful acts." Then she departed. Muhammad ibn Humayd al-Tusi was in love with a maiden. He once sent her a citron. She wept profusely. It was said to her, "The one you love sends you a gift, and you weep like this?" She sang, "Her beloved sent her a citron, and she wept, and feared the omen of a diviner. She feared fickleness and separation, because it has two colours, its inside contrary to its outside." When the messenger returned to him, he told him about her in a way that angered him. So he wrote to her, "You have betrayed the covenant of a youth who, in your absence, was faithful. In his faithfulness there is wonder, and in your betrayal. You turned away from him, and he has no recourse save to wait for the time of your return." 87. If you kill him and take away his life, it will be by the beauty of your face, not by the beauty of your deeds. When the letter reached her, she wept until those around her felt pity for her. Then she burst forth, saying, "Does my eye have an intercessor for sleep? For my heart is terrified by sickness. Do not think me miserly with my tears for you. No, by the right of the beloved, I have no tears left. My heart is devoted to you and sorrowful, so my ribs find rest in moaning. There is nothing novel in affection, O my beloved. It is the abandonment of one who loves that is novel." Then she wrote to him, "I am a possession, and I possess no control over my affair. If you have a need for me, then purchase me, so that I may be at your command." He purchased her, and she remained with him, and she was the most favoured of his bondwomen until he was killed in the battle of Babak al-Qurami. She would console herself in her mourning for him with the words of Abu Tamam about him. "Muhammad ibn Humayd, his remains have decayed. The water of nobility was spilled when his blood was spilled. I saw him in a dream, girt with his sword, a full moon from whose face the darkness was dispelled. I said, while tears of sorrow and grief flowed unceasingly, streaming down my cheeks, 'Did you not die, O twin of my soul, some time ago?' He said to me, 'He does not die, whose nobility does not die.' And this is a chapter on the reality of comeliness and beauty, and what it is. This is a matter that cannot be grasped except by description. It has been said that it is the harmony of form, its balance, and its proportion. Yet there may be a form that is harmonious in its creation, but is not possessed of great beauty. It has been said, beauty is in the face, and charm is in the eyes. And it has been said, beauty is a composite of things, radiance, grace, fine features and contours, and smoothness of the skin. And it has been said, beauty is a meaning that cannot be captured by expression, nor encompassed by description. People only have descriptions of it that can be articulated. The Messenger of God, 87b, may God bless him and grant him peace, was at the highest pinnacle of it. Aisha looked at him one day, then smiled. He asked her, "Why is that?" She said, "It is as if Abu Kabir al-Hudali meant none but you with his saying, and one who is free from every stain of menstruation and the corruption of a nursing mother and the malady of a sickly child. And when you look at the lines of his face, they gleam like the flash of a pouring thundercloud." One of the companions met a monk who said, "Describe Muhammad to me as if I am looking at him, for I have seen his description in the Torah and the Gospel." He said, "He was not exceedingly tall, nor short, but of medium height. His colour was white, tinged with red. His hair was wavy, but not tightly curled. His locks reached the lobes of his ears. He had a broad forehead, clear cheeks, and large, dark eyes. He had an aquiline nose and spaced teeth. His neck was like a pitcher of silver, and his face was like the orb of the moon." The monk then accepted Islam, and in the description of him by Hind ibn Abi Hala, may God bless him and grant him peace. He was not excessively tall, nor short and stocky, but of medium stature among men. His hair was not tightly curled, nor straight. He was not corpulent, nor was his face round and fleshy, but there was a roundness to his face. He was fair-skinned, tinged with red, with large dark eyes and long eyelashes. He had large joints and broad shoulders, with sturdy hands and feet. His line of hair from his chest was fine. When he walked, he would lean forward, as if descending from a slope, and when he turned with his whole body. It was as if the sun were coursing through his face. And with this beauty, may God bless him and grant him peace, he was also endowed with love and gravity. Whoever's eyes fell upon him loved him and was awed by him. God, the glorified and exalted, perfected for him the ranks of beauty, both outer and inner. He was the most beautiful of God's creation in form and in character, and the most comely of them in appearance and in essence. And so it was with Joseph the truthful, peace be upon him. For this reason the wife of Al-Aziz said to the women when she showed him to them, so that they would excuse her for her love of him, "So that is the one for whom you blamed me." Yusuf 32. That is, this is the one with whom I have been infatuated, and for whom my heart has been filled with passionate love. So who can blame me for loving him, when this is the beauty of his appearance? 88a. Then she said, "And I did indeed seek to seduce him, but he preserved his chastity." Yusuf 32, that is, and with this beauty his inner self is even more beautiful than his outer form, for he is in the utmost state of chastity, purity, and distance from depravity. And the lover, even if his beloved is criticized, his tongue speaks of nothing but his virtues and his praise. Related to this is his saying, "the exalted," in the description of the people of paradise, and he will find them with radiance and joy. Al-Insan 11. He beautified their outer forms with radiance, nadra, and their inner beings with joy, surur. And similar to it is his saying, "Faces on that day will be radiant," 22, looking towards their Lord. Al-Qiyamah 22:23. For there is nothing more desirable to them, nor more gladdening to their eyes, nor more blissful for their inner beings than to look upon him. So he made their faces radiant with beauty, and he delighted their hearts with the sight of him. And close to it is his saying, "the exalted." And they will be adorned with bracelets of silver. This is the adornment of the outer. Then he said, "And their Lord will give them a pure drink to drink." Al-Insan 21, that is, one that purifies their inner beings from every harm. This is the adornment of the inner. And similar to it is his saying, "the exalted." O children of Adam, we have bestowed upon you raiment to conceal your private parts, and as adornment. Al-Araf 26. This is the adornment of the outer. Then he said, "But the raiment of piety that is best." Al-Araf 26. This is the adornment of the inner. And hinting at this from a subtle angle is his saying, "the exalted," and we adorned the nearest heaven with lamps and as a guard. Fusilat 12. He adorned its outer form with lamps, and its inner reality by guarding it from Satan. And close to it is his saying, the exalted, and take provisions, but indeed the best of provisions is piety. Al-Baqarah 197. He mentioned the outer provision and the inner provision. And this is from the inner beauty of the Qur'an, in addition to the beauty of its words and its manifest eloquence and rhetoric. And from it is his saying, the exalted, to Adam, indeed, it is promised for you not to be hungry therein or be unclothed. 118. And indeed, you will not be thirsty therein or be exposed to the sun's heat. Taha 118, 119. He contrasted hunger with nakedness, not hunger with thirst, and thirst with exposure to the sun's heat, not thirst with hunger. For hunger is the nakedness and humiliation of the inner self, and nakedness is the hunger and humiliation of the outer self. Thus he contrasted the humiliation of his inner and outer self, and the hunger of his inner and outer self. And thirst is the heat of the inner self, while exposure to the sun's heat is the heat of the outer self. So he contrasted them. Al-Mutanabi was asked 88b about the saying of Imru al-Qais, as if I had never ridden a steed for pleasure, nor lain with a buxom maiden wearing an anklet, nor purchased a full waterskin of wine, nor said to my cavalry, charge, a charge after a retreat. He was told that he was criticized for contrasting the purchase of the full waterskin with the charge, and that it would have been better to contrast it with lying with the buxom maiden, thus combining the two pleasures. Likewise, contrasting the riding of the steed for the charge would have been better than contrasting it with lying with the buxom maiden. He said, nay, what he composed is better, for he contrasted the mount of courage with the mount of pleasure and amusement. This is the mount of delight, and this is the mount of war and pursuit. And for that reason he contrasted the two purchases, the purchase of the waterskin and the purchase of slaves. I say, and also the drinker boasts of his courage, as Hassan said, and we drink it, and it leaves us as kings and as lions whom no encounter can deter. And this is an parenthetical sentence of the most subtle of digressions. It has been said, beauty is that which elicits from the mouths of onlookers exclamations of glorification, tasbih, and declaration of God's oneness, tahlil, as it was said. One with a countenance that makes one say, glory be to the cleaver of the morn, and a graceful bearing that makes one say, glorified be the right hand of the planter. And Ali ibn al-Jam said, she appeared, and the onlookers said of her form, how great is God. She drew near, and when she greeted, she blushed, and her apple-like cheeks were suffused with rosy hue. And it was as if a sand dune was below her, and as if a bough of the ban tree was above her, until, when she was intoxicated by her own bliss, her eyes read the book of amorous delight. And another said, and when she appears for some need of hers, she elicits from mouths the glorification of God. And Basha said, she is met with a glorification for the beauty of her creation, and she stirs the soul of the beholder with a tremor. And from my own verses, O image of the full moon, know, by him who fashioned you, the full moon cannot resemble you. 89a, bestow a glance upon my eye, and be not miserly, a single glance, for which my eye would ransom you. And if you scruple at this, how many a time has the one who beholds you glorified the most merciful? This for that, and I hope for the reward of one who, if you are absent from him, remains weeping for you. Ibn Shubruma said, it is sufficient for you of beauty that it is derived from the word for a good deed, hasana. Umar ibn al-Khattab said, when the fairness of a woman's skin is perfected in the beauty of her hair, her beauty is perfected. Aisha said, fairness of skin is half of beauty. One of the early generations said, God has placed splendor and passion with height, and cunning and ungainliness with shortness, and goodness is in what lies between. And among what is disparaged in women is the short, stout woman, she who is meant by the poet in his saying, and you are the one who made every short woman beloved to me, and the short ones did not perceive it. I meant the short ones of the curtained alcoves. I did not mean the short women, for the worst of women are the squat ones, and the buhaitir are the short, stout ones. Some go to extremes in this, even preferring the slender over the plump. Al-Zamakhshari recited, I do not love the fair one, puffed up with fat, but I adore the dusky slender ones. I am a man who rides the lean, trained steed on the day of the race, so leave me be, and you may ride the elephant. Another group prefers the plump, saying, plumpness is half of beauty, and it conceals every flaw in a woman and reveals her charms. But the best of matters are their moderate ones, and among what is deemed beautiful in a woman is the length of four things: her limbs, her stature, her hair, and her neck, and the shortness of four things: her hand, her foot, her tongue, and her eye. So she does not squander what is in her husband's house, nor leave her home, nor speak with a long tongue, nor let her eye wander. And the whiteness of four things: her complexion, the parting of her hair, her teeth, and the whites of her eyes. And the blackness of four things: her eyelashes, her eyebrows, her eyes, and her hair. And the redness of four things: her tongue, her cheek, and her lip, 89B with a dark lip charm, and her fair skin tinged with red. And the fineness of four things: her nose, her fingertips, her waist, and her eyebrows. And the fullness of four things: her leg, her forearm, her hindquarters, and that part of her. And the wideness of four things: her forehead, her face, her eyes, and her chest. And the narrowness of four things: her mouth, her nostrils, the piercing of her ear, and that part of her. These are the women most deserving of the saying of Kuthayir. If Azza were to contend with the morning sun in beauty before a just judge, he would rule in her favour. And the saying of another, if he, while fleeing at night with his enemies behind him, had glimpsed her face, he would have stopped. And the saying of another, oh, what a pleasant pasture for an eye that did not fear on her two cheeks the reprimand of guardians. She alighted with a face whose lustre has not faded, and which the eyes of men have not traversed. And the saying of another, and her cheek has ever been a sanctuary to which I flee, and the mole on her cheek makes the black stone unneeded. And the saying of another, recited by Al-Mubarrad, and more beautiful than an abandoned campsite and the description of its ruins, and than the two mountains of Tai, and than your description of Sal, is the glance of two lovers, each of whom has an eye that grazes upon the cheek of his beloved. And Thalab recited, of Kuzar in her limbs, of Murrah in her heart, of Fazara in her eyes, of Tayyi in her mouth. A Meccan in her perpetual fragrance and perfume, she appeared to us between the Hatim and Zamzam. Then he said, he described her with what is deemed beautiful from every tribe. Salih ibn Hassan said one day to his companions, do you know a verse of amorous poetry about a modest woman? We said, yes, a verse by Hatim about his wife Mawiyah. The dim house is illuminated by its gaps when she, one day, attempts to smile. He said, you have accomplished nothing. We said, then the verse of Al-Asha, as if her walk from the house of her neighbour is the passing of a cloud, neither slow nor hasty. He said, He has made her one who enters and exits. We said, O Abu Muhammad, then which verse is it? He said, the saying of Abu Qays ibn al-Aslat, 90a. And her female neighbours honour her, so they visit her, but she makes an excuse for not visiting them, and is excused. I say, and better than all of this is what was said by Ibrahim ibn Muhammad, known as Niftawai. The slanderers told her that her phantom, when I sleep, visits my bed and my pillow. So extreme modesty made her reserved, and she sent a message angrily reproaching me for my long slumbers. And among what is deemed beautiful in a woman is the delicacy of her skin and the softness of her touch, as Qays bin Dari said, my soul was attached to her soul before our creation, and after we were but drops of fluid and in the cradle. It grew as we grew and became flourishing, and it will not be severed even if we die. But it will remain through every event, and will be our companion in the darkness of the grave and the tomb. The flowing of water almost scratches her skin when she bathes with water from the delicacy of her skin. And from my own verses, the silk wounds her skin with its touch, and her skin is more delicate and softer than it. So, O you whose ear has fallen in love before his eye, for the ear sometimes falls in love before the eye, and the army of love may enter the city through the gate of hearing, just as it enters it through the gate of sight. The believers yearn for paradise, though they have not seen it, and if they were to see it, their yearning for it would be more intense. And the heart of one who has not yet performed the pilgrimage almost melts with longing to see the sacred house. So if these descriptions have stirred your longing, and these beauties have taken hold of your heart, then raise your eyes to women whose dowries are righteous deeds, and speak to your soul of the love for those in whose love lies a profitable trade. And strive for union, for its means are now possible, and its time is at hand. God, the glorified, has described the women of paradise with the most beautiful of attributes, adorned them with the most beautiful of adornments, and filled their suitors with longing for them, until it is as if they see them with the sight of the eye. 90b al-Tabarani said, Bakr ibn Sahl al-Dimyati related to us, from Amr ibn Hisham al-Bayruti, from Sulaiman ibn Abi Karima, from Hisham ibn Hassan, from al-Hassan, from his mother, from Salama, who said, I said, O Messenger of God, inform me about the saying of God, the mighty and majestic. And fair-eyed maidens, her in Al-Waqiyah 22. He said, her fair-skinned, in with large eyes. The hair of the fair-eyed maiden is like the wing of an eagle. I said, inform me about his saying, the mighty and majestic, like unto pearls well guarded. Al-Waqiyah 23. He said, their radiance is the radiance of the pearl that is in the oyster shell, which no hand has touched. I said, O Messenger of God, inform me about his saying, therein are women good and beautiful. Ar-Rahman 70. He said, good of character, beautiful of face. I said, inform me about his saying, as if they were eggs well protected. As-Safat 49. He said, their delicacy is like the delicacy of the membrane that you see inside the egg, next to the shell, which is the girki. I said, O Messenger of God, inform me about his saying, the mighty and majestic, loving and of equal age. Al-Waqiyah 37. He said, they are those who were taken in the worldly abode as old women, with rheumy eyes and grey hair. God created them anew after their old age, and made them virgins, loving, amorous, and of equal age, all of one birth. I said, O Messenger of God, are the women of this world superior, or the fair-eyed maidens? He said, nay, the women of this world are superior to the fair-eyed maidens, like the superiority of the outer garment to the lining. I said, O Messenger of God, and for what reason is that? He said, for their prayers, their fasting, and their worship of God. God has clothed their faces with light and their bodies with silk. They are of fair complexion, with green garments and yellow jewellery. Their censers are of pearl, and their combs are of gold. They say, we are the ever-living, so we shall not die. We are the ever-blissful, so we shall never know misery. We are the ever-abiding, so we shall never depart. Lo, and we are the ever-content, so we shall never be displeased. Glad tidings to him for whom we are, and who is for us. I said, O Messenger of God, a woman from among us may marry 2, 3, or 4 husbands. Then she dies and enters paradise, and they enter with her. Who will be her husband? He said, O Salama, she is given the choice, and she chooses the one with the best character. She will say, O my Lord, this 191A was the best of them in character with me in the worldly abode, so marry me to him. O Salama, good character has taken the best of this world and the hereafter. He, the exalted, has described them as kawaib, which is the plural of kaib. This is a woman whose breasts have become firm and round, and have not drooped downwards. This is one of the most beautiful features of a woman's form, and it is concomitant with the age of youth. He described them with the word hur, which refers to the beauty of their complexions and their fairness. Aisha, may God be pleased with her, said, fairness of skin is half of beauty. And Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, said, when the fairness of a woman's skin is perfected in the beauty of her hair, her beauty is perfected. The Arabs praise a woman for her fair skin. A poet said, fair, sociable ones, they have never intended any suspicion, like the gazelles of Makkah, whose hunting is forbidden. From the gentleness of their speech one might think them wanton, but Islam restrains them from depravity. And in is the plural of Aina, which is a woman with wide eyes, combined with the intensity of their blackness, the clarity of their whiteness, and the length and blackness of her eyelashes. He described them as being Khairatun Hisan, which is the plural of Khaira. Its origin is Khaira, with a doubled letter, like Tayyiba, and then the letter was lightened. She is one who has combined virtues, both outer and inner, so her form and her character are perfected. Thus they are good of character and beautiful of face. He described them with purity, saying, and for them therein are spouses made pure. Al-Baqarah 25. They are purified from menstruation, urine, excrement, and every impurity that is found in the women of this world. And their inner selves are purified from jealousy, from vexing their husbands, from being unjust to them, and from desiring any other than them. He described them as being maksuratun fi al-khiyam, that is, restrained from flaunting their adornments and from being exposed to any but their husbands. Rather, they are confined for their husbands, not leaving their dwellings, and they are confined to them, desiring no others. He, the glorified, described them as being kasirat al-tarf, restraining their glances. This attribute is more perfect than the first, and for this reason they are for the inhabitants of the first 2 gardens. The woman among them has restrained her glance to her husband out of her love for him and her contentment with him, so her gaze does not pass beyond him to 91b, another. As it was said, I ward off the wandering flock of my gaze from you, for it has no path to anyone but you. And such is the state of the maksurat, the confined ones, as well, but the latter are confined, while the former are restrainers of their own accord. He, the glorified, described them with his saying, virgins, 36, loving, and of equal age. Al-Waqi'ah 36:37. This is due to the excellence of intimacy with a virgin, its sweetness, and its pleasure over intimacy with a non-virgin. Aisha said, O Messenger of God, if you were to pass by a tree from which some have grazed, and a tree from which none have grazed, from which of them would you let your camel graze? He said, from the one from which none have grazed, meaning that he had not married a virgin other than her. And it is authentically reported from him that he said to Jabir when he married a non-virgin woman, why not a virgin whom you could play with and who could play with you? If it is said, but this attribute vanishes with the first act of intimacy, and she becomes a non-virgin. The answer is twofold. First, the purpose of intimacy with a virgin is that she has not known any man before him, so love for him is planted in her heart, and that is more perfect for the permanence of the relationship. This is with respect to her. As for the man, he grazes in a pristine meadow that no one has grazed in before him. He, the exalted, alluded to this meaning in his saying, whom no man or jinn has touched before them. Ar-Rahman 56. Then, after this, the pleasure of intimacy continues for him after the loss of virginity. Second, it has been related that whenever one of the people of paradise has intimacy with a woman, she returns to being a virgin as she was, so every time he comes to her, he finds her a virgin. As for Urub, it is the plural of Arub, which is a woman who combines, with the sweetness of her form, a beautiful manner, a devotion to her husband, and endearment to him through her coquetry, her speech, the sweetness of her voice, and the beauty of her movements. Al-Bukhari said in his Sahih, and as for Atrab, it is the plural of Tirb. It is said, so-and-so is my Tirb, if you are both of the same age. Thus they are of equal age in their youth. They are not diminished by being too young, nor marred by being too old. Rather, their age is the age of youth for the most perfect of young men. He, the exalted, likened them to guarded pearls, to well-protected eggs, and to rubies and coral. So take from the pearl the purity of its colour, the beauty of its whiteness, and the softness of its touch. And take from the well-protected egg 92A, that is, the one preserved, which no hand has touched the moderation of its whiteness, tinged with a little yellow that enhances it, unlike the stark, excessive white. And take from the ruby and coral the beauty of their colour in its clarity, tinged with a touch of red. So listen now to their description from the report of the truthful and confirmed one. If the soul is inclined and speaks to you of seeking their hand, then do so. Otherwise, your faith is deficient. Muslim related in his Sahih from the hadith of Ayub from Muhammad ibn Sirin, who said, they were either boasting or discussing, are there more men in paradise or women? Abu Hurairah said, did not Abu al-Qasim, may God bless him and grant him peace, say, verily, the first throng to enter paradise will be upon the form of the moon on the night it is full. The one that follows it will be upon the form of the most radiant, brilliant star in the sky. For every man among them there will be 2 wives, the marrow of whose shins will be visible from behind the flesh. And in paradise there is no unmarried person. Al-Tabarani said in his Mujam, Ahmad ibn Yahya al-Hulwani and Al-Hasan ibn Ali al-Fasawi related to us, saying, Sa'id ibn Sulaiman related to us from Fudail ibn Marzuq, from Abu Ishaq, from Amr ibn Maymun, from Abdullah, from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, who said, The first throng to enter paradise, it is as if their faces are the form of the moon on the night it is full. The second throng will be upon the form of the most beautiful, brilliant star in the sky. For each one of them there will be 2 wives from the fair-eyed maidens. Upon each wife will be 70 garments, and the marrow of their shins will be visible from behind their flesh and their garments, just as red wine is visible in a white glass. The Hafiz Abu Abdullah al-Maqdisi said, "This, in my view, is upon the standard of the Sahih." And in the 2 Sahihs, from the hadith of Hammam ibn Munabbih, from Abu Huraira, may God be pleased with him, who said, "The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, the first throng to enter paradise, their forms will be upon the form of the moon on the night it is full. They will not spit therein, nor will they blow their noses therein, nor will they defecate therein. Their vessels and their combs will be of gold and silver, their censers of aloe wood, and their perspiration will be musk." 92-2. And for each one of them there will be 2 wives, the marrow of whose shins will be visible from behind the flesh because of their beauty. There will be no discord among them, nor any mutual hatred. Their hearts will be as one heart. They will glorify God morning and evening. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal said in his Musnad, "Yunus ibn Muhammad related to us from Al-Khazraj ibn Uthman al-Sadi, from Abu Ayyub, the freedman of Uthman ibn Affan, from Abu Huraira, who said, 'The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, the space of a whip of one of you in paradise is better than the world, and the like of it with it. And the space of a bow of one of you in paradise is better than the world, and the like of it with it. And the veil of a woman from paradise is better than the world, and the like of it with it.' He said, I said, 'O Abu Huraira, and what is the veil?' He said, 'The head covering.' So if this is the value of the head covering, what then is the value of the one who wears it?" Ibn Wahb said, "Amr informed us that Daraj Abu al-Sam related to him from Abu al-Haytham, from Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, who said, 'The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, verily a man in paradise will be approached by a woman who will tap him on his shoulder. He will look at his own face in her cheek, and it will be clearer than a mirror. The smallest pearl upon her will illuminate what is between the east and the west. She will greet him, and he will return her greeting and ask her, 'Who are you?' She will say, 'I am from that which is more.' And upon her will be 70 garments, the least of which is like the anemone flower. His sight will penetrate through them until he sees the marrow of her shin from behind that. And upon her will be crowns, and the smallest pearl on them will illuminate what is between the east and the west." Part of this hadith is in the Jami of al-Tirmidhi, and it meets his standard. In the Sahih of al-Bukhari, from the hadith of Anas, the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "A single morning or evening expedition in the way of God is better than the world and what is in it. And the space of a bow of one of you, or the space of his whip, is better than the world and what is in it. And if a woman from the women of paradise were to look down upon the earth, she would fill what is between them with fragrance, and illuminate what is between them. And the veil on her head is better than the world, and what is in it." And in the Musnad, from the hadith of Muhammad ibn Sirin, from Abu Huraira, from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. "For the man of the people of paradise there will be 2 wives from the fair-eyed maidens. Upon each one will be 70 garments. 93. The marrow of her shin will be visible from behind the garments. Al-Tirmidhi said, Amr related to us that Daraj Abu al-Sam related to him from Abu al-Haytham, from Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, who said, Verily, the one of lowest station among the people of paradise is he who will have 80,000 servants and 72 wives. And a pavilion of pearl, chrysolite, and ruby will be erected for him as wide as the distance between Al-Jawziyyah and Sana. Related by Al-Tirmidhi. In the Mujam of Al-Tabarani, from the Hadith of Abu Umama, from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, who said, The fair-eyed maidens were created from saffron. If you wish to hear their singing, then listen to its report now. In the Mujam of Al-Tabarani, from the Hadith of Ibn Umar, may God be pleased with them both, who said, The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, Verily, the wives of the people of paradise will sing to their husbands with the most beautiful voices that anyone has ever heard. Among what they will sing is, We are the good and beautiful ones, the wives of a noble people who look with eyes of solace. And among what they will sing is, We are the ever-living, so we shall never die. We are the ever-secure, so we shall never fear. We are the ever-abiding, so we shall never depart. It has been said concerning his saying, The exalted, so they in a garden will be made joyful. Arum 15, that it refers to delightful music, and there is no doubt that it is a part of joy. Hibra. Abdullah ibn Muhammad al-Baghawi said, Ali related to us from Zuhair, from Abu Ishaq, from Asim, from Ali, may God be pleased with him, who said, And those who feared their Lord will be led to paradise in throngs. Az-Zumar 73. Until, when they reach one of its gates, they will find at it a tree, from beneath whose trunk flow 2 springs. They will proceed to one of them as if they had been commanded to do so, and they will drink from it. God will remove from their bellies any impurity, harm, or ailment. Then they will proceed to the other and purify themselves with it, and the radiance of bliss will flow over them. Their hair will never change thereafter, nor will their heads ever become dishevelled, as if they had been anointed with oil. Then they will come to the guardians of paradise, who will say, Peace be upon you, you have become pure, so enter it to abide eternally. Az-Zumar 73. Then they will be met by immortal youths, who will flock around them, just as the youths of this world flock around a dear friend who returns to them 93b from a long absence. They will say to him, Rejoice in the honour that God, the Exalted, has prepared for you. Then a youth from among them will go to one of his wives from the fair-eyed maidens and say, So-and-so has come, by the name he was called in the world. She will say, Did you see him? He will say, I saw him, and he is following me. Joy will almost lift one of them off her feet, until she stands at the threshold of her door. When he reaches his abode, he will look at the foundation of its structure, and it will be of pearl, and above it a lofty edifice of green, red, and yellow, of every colour. Then he will raise his head and look at its ceiling, and it will be like a flash of lightning. And were it not that God, the mighty and majestic, had so ordained it, it would almost take away his sight. Then he will lower his head, and he will see his wives, and goblets set in place, and cushions lined up, and carpets spread out. Then they will recline and say, Praise be to God, who has guided us to this, and we would never have been guided if God had not guided us. Al-Araf 43. Then a caller will call out, You shall live and never die. You shall abide and never depart. You shall be healthy and never fall ill. In the Sunan of Ibn Majah, from the Hadith of Usama ibn Zayd, who said, The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, Lo, is there any who will strive for paradise? For paradise has no equal. It is, by the Lord of the Kaaba, a shimmering light, and a swaying sweet basil, and a lofty palace, and a flowing river, and a ripened fruit, and a beautiful comely wife, and abundant robes, and an eternal abode in a house of peace and fruit and greenery, and joy and bliss, in a high and splendid dwelling. They said, Yes, O Messenger of God, we are the ones who will strive for it. He said, Say, if God wills. The people said, If God wills. This is their description and their beauty. Listen now to the pleasure of their union and its nature. In the Musnad of Abu Ya'la al-Mawsili, from the hadith of Abu Huraira, may God be pleased with him, who said, The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, and he mentioned a long hadith, in which is, And I will say, O Lord, you promise me intercession, so allow me to intercede for the people of paradise, that they may enter paradise. God will say, I have granted you your intercession, and I have given them permission to enter paradise. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, used to say, By him who sent me with the truth. You in this world 94a are not more knowledgeable of your wives and your dwellings than the people of paradise are of their wives and their dwellings. A man from among them will enter upon 72 wives whom God brings into being, and 2 from the children of Adam, who will have a superiority over those whom God brings into being by virtue of their worship of God in the world. He will enter upon the first of them in a chamber of ruby, upon a couch of gold encrusted with pearls, upon which are 70 pairs of fine silk and brocade. He will place his hand between her shoulders, and then he will see his hand from her chest, from behind her garments, her skin, and her flesh, and he will look at the marrow of her shin, just as one of you looks at the thread in a tube of ruby. Her liver will be a mirror for him, meaning, and his liver will be a mirror for her. While he is with her, he will not tire of her, nor she of him. He will not come to her a single time, but that he finds her a virgin. His virility will not wane, nor will her parts complain. While he is in this state, it will be called out, We know that you do not tire, and you are not tired of, but there is no emission and no death. However, you have other wives besides her. So he will go out and come to them, one by one. Whenever he comes to one, she will say, By God, there is nothing in paradise more beautiful than you, and there is nothing in paradise more beloved to me than you. And this is a portion of the long hadith of the trumpet, which was narrated by Ismail ibn Nafi. In Sahih Muslim, from the hadith of Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, from the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, who said, Verily, for the believer in paradise there is a tent of a single hollowed pearl, its length 60 miles. The believer will have families therein, and the believer will go around to them, but they will not see one another. Al-Bukhari related it and said, 30 miles. In the Jami of al-Tirmidhi, from the hadith of Anas, the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, The believer will be given in paradise the strength of such and such in women. I said, O Messenger of God, and will he be able to bear that? He said, He will be given the strength of 100. He said, This hadith is sound and strange. In the Mujam of al-Tabarani, from the hadith of Abu Huraira, who said, It was said, O Messenger of God, 94b, Will we have access to our women in paradise? He said, A man will have access in one day to 100 virgins. And in another wording, we said, O Messenger of God, will we have relations with our women in paradise? He said, Yes, by him in whose hand is my soul. A man will have relations in a single morning with 100 virgin women. The Hafiz Abu Abdullah al-Maqdisi said, The men in the chain of this hadith, in my view, are upon the standard of the Sahih. In the long hadith of Laqit al-Uqayli, which was related by al-Tabarani and Abdullah ibn Ahmad in al-Sunnah and others, he said, I said, O Messenger of God, will we have righteous spouses therein? He said, The righteous women are for the righteous men. You will take pleasure in them as you take pleasure in this world, and they will take pleasure in you, except that there will be no procreation. Ibn Wahb mentioned from Amr ibn al-Harith, from Daraj, from Abd al-Rahman ibn Hujayra, from Abu Huraira, that he said, Will we have intercourse in paradise? The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, Yes, by him in whose hand is my soul, thrusting, and when he rises from her, she returns, purified and a virgin. The Hafiz Abu Abdullah said, Daraj's name is Abd al-Rahman ibn Saman al-Misri. Yahya ibn Ma'in authenticated him, and Abu Hatim ibn Hibban related from him in his Sahih. Some of the Imams rejected some of his hadith, and God knows best. In the Mujam of al-Tabarani, from the hadith of Abu al-Mutawakkil, from Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, who said, The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, Verily, when the people of paradise have intercourse with their wives, they return as virgins. And in it also, from the hadith of Abu Umama, that he heard the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, being asked, Do the people of paradise have sexual intercourse? He said, With a member that does not tire, and a desire that is not cut off, thrusting. And in it also from him, that the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was asked, Do the peoples of paradise have intercourse? He said, Thrusting, but with no emission and no death. A poem by the Sheikh, Shams al-Din, the author, O you who seek the hand of the fair-eyed, comely maidens, and who desires their union in the garden of the living one. Did you but know whom you have sought and what you have pursued, you would have offered all that you possess of worldly price. Or did you but know where her dwelling is, you would have made your striving for her upon your very eyelids. 95A, hasten, and press on in your journey with all your might, for this journey of yours is but an hour in the span of time. So fall in love, and speak to your soul of union, and offer her dowry while you are still able. Make your fasting the time before meeting her, and let the day of union be your day of breaking the fast of Ramadan. Make the descriptions of her beauty your caravan leader, and journey towards the beloved, and be not one who tarries. So listen then to her descriptions and her union, and make your discourse the lady of beneficence. O you who circumambulate the Kaaba of beauty, which is encircled by that sacred precinct and its corners, and who remains ever striving around Safa, and hastens his striving at every moment, and seeks the offering of union at Mina, while the veil of Kaif veils him from the offering. For that you see him ever in a state of consecration, and the place of his deconsecration is not near. He seeks the enjoyment of a singular devotion, apart from his love, divested of all else, seeking the intercession of a sacred pairing. And he remains at the Jamarat, casting pebbles at his own heart. These are his rites at every moment. And the people have completed their rites, and have urged their mounts towards their homelands, led by their resolutions and their aspirations towards the dwellings of the Lady of Beneficence. The banners of union were raised for them on the journey, so they girded themselves, O the disappointment of the slothful. And they saw from afar pavilions lofty and radiant, with light and proof. So they made for those pavilions, and they found within them moons with no imperfection, of those who restrain their glances, desiring none other than their beloved from all the other youths. She has confined her gaze to him for his beauty, while his gaze is free to roam in safety. And the gaze is bewildered by the beauty that she has been given, so the gaze is as one lost. 95b, and he says, when he beholds her beauty, glory be to the giver of beauty and beneficence. And the gaze drinks from the cups of her beauty, so you see it like an intoxicated drinker. Her form is perfected, and her beauty is completed, like the full moon on the night of the 14th. The sun courses through the charms of her face, and the night is beneath the tresses of her locks. And he remains in wonder, and it is a place for that, at how night and sun can come together. And he says, glory be to him whose artistry this is. Glory be to the perfecter of the creation of man. The night does not overtake her sun, so that it sets at its coming, until the second morning. Nor does the sun come and conceal the night. Rather, they are companions, both of them as brothers, and each is a mirror to its companion. When he wishes to see his face, they both see it. He sees the charms of his face in her face, and she sees her charms in him with clear sight. Red of cheeks, their teeth are pearls, black of eyes, with languid eyelids, and lightning flashes when her mouth smiles, illuminating the ceiling of the palace and its walls. Her limbs are supple with the water of youth, and her bow flows with that water. And her stature is like a pliant branch in the beauty of its form, like the most perfect of branches. When the water of bliss flowed through her bough, it bore fruits of many colours. So the rose, the apple, and the pomegranate are on a single branch exalted, is the gardener of the orchard. On a base like ivory you would think it a high sand dune or a single mound. Her back is not joined to it, nor are her breasts hanging down to her belly or protruding. But they are firm and budding, so her bosoms are like the most beautiful of pomegranates. And her neck is of length and beauty, in whiteness and proportion, with nothing to be denied. The unburdened one complains of her distance, and for him, for all his days, there is a whispering obsession from his separation. 96a. And as for her forearms, if you wish, you may liken them to two ingots, upon which are two hands, like butter in softness, in the smoothness of their touch, oyster shells of pearl, rounded in perfect measure. And her chest is wide, above her belly, and her waist is enamoured of its slender form. And upon it is the most beautiful navel, an adornment for the belly which has sunken from the folds of flesh. A vessel of ivory, it is round, and its contents are grains of musk. Glorified be the Master of Perfection. And if you descend, you will see a wondrous matter, over which descriptions have no power. Neither menstruation touches it, nor urine, nor anything of the afflictions of women. 2 thighs guard it on either side, so its sanctuary is in honour and protection. They stand in its service. It is the sovereign between them, and it is right to obey the sovereign, and it is obeyed. When it summons the beloved, he comes willingly, and he is not timid. And her embrace is a cure for his ardour, for the ardent one is not wearied by it. And when he comes to her, the beautiful one returns to being a virgin, as she was for all time. And it is delicious, the most pleasurable of things. Thus saith the messenger to one who has 2 ears, O Lord, forgiveness, for our pens have transgressed. O Lord, an excuse for this transgression. Her feet are of silver, and upon them are mounted 2 shapely and twined shins. And the shin is like ivory, rounded, and in it is the marrow of the bone, which the 2 eyes can perceive. Her fragrance is musk, and her body is soft, and her colour is like the ruby and the coral. And her speech captivates the mind with a melody that surpasses the strings and the lutes. And she is loving in her form and her coquetry, and endearing herself to her husband at every moment. 96b. Of the same equal age, the age of youth, for the most handsome of youths. A virgin, whose virginity has not been taken save by her beloved from among mankind or jinn. The one who embraces her is given the strength of 100, gathered in the strongest of men. And it has come to us that he visits in a single day 100 women. And its narrators are of the standard of the Sahih. They have related it in their works, and this is in the Mujam of Al-Tabarani. And with that is explained their occupation in a surah after Fatir, O brother of Gnosis. This is a proof that the number of their wives is in accordance with their station in faith. And with this, the semblance of a problem is removed from those texts by the grace of the Most Merciful. In some, 100 is mentioned, and in others 70 is also mentioned, and then 2. So the disparity in the number of wives is like the disparity in the ranks, for the 2 matters are different. And with the strength of the 100 which he has obtained, he comes to 100 without weariness. And the most chaste of them in this world is the strongest there, for his abstinence from the ephemeral. So gather your strength for what is there, and lower your gaze, and be patient for a brief time. What is here, by God, is not worth the paring of a single fingernail of one of those women. And her veil is better than the world, and what is in it, if these were the price. Do not prefer the lower over the higher, for if you do so, you will return in humiliation and disgrace. And when she appears in a garment of her robes, and sways like the swaying of an intoxicated one, she trembles like a moist bough, and its fruit is roses and apples upon pomegranates. And she walks with a swagger, and it is fitting for one such as her in the garden of the living one. 97. And maidservants are behind her and before her, and on her left and on her right, like the full moon on the night of its completion, surrounded in the darkness of dusk by the stars of the constellation. So his tongue, his heart, and his gaze are in a state of bewilderment, admiration, and glorification. She elicits from mouths the glorification of God when she appears, so glory be to the great, the majestic, and the heart, before her wedding procession, is in its celebration, and celebration follows celebration in continuous succession. Until, when she faces him, they meet. Have you seen when 2 full moons meet? So ask the one who is passionately in love if patience is permissible, from an embrace, a kiss, and a fleeting touch. And ask the one who is passionately in love where he has left his patience, in what valley or in what place. And ask the one who is passionately in love about his state, when his 2 ears and his 2 eyes have been filled with speech whose edges are delicate, and a face in which there is so much of the sun's coursing. And ask the one who is passionately in love about his life then, when they are on their 2 couches, as intimate companions. They exchange scattered pearls from between a string like a necklace of gems. And ask the one who is passionately in love about his sitting with the beloved, amidst fragrance and sweet basil, and cups of nectar circulate between them in the hands of moon-like youths. They pass the cup between them, he once, and the maiden another time, and then they recline. He holds her, and she holds him. Have you seen 2 lovers who meet after a long separation. The watcher is absent, and every spoiler of joy is absent, and they are enfolded in the garment of union. Do you think them wearied of this life? No, by the life of your Lord they are not wearied. O lover, for whom his own soul has become a thing of little worth, since he has sold it at a loss in utmost foolishness. Do you think it befitting for a rational person to sell that which endures, and this is its description for that which is ephemeral? The 20th chapter, on the signs and evidences of love. Yet, before we delve into this subject, it is essential to first address the divisions of the soul and the objects of their love. Thus we say, there are three kinds of souls: a celestial, sublime soul, whose love is turned towards the acquisition of knowledge, the cultivation of virtues, and of such perfections as are attainable by man, and the avoidance of all that is vile. It is enraptured by all that draws it nearer to the most exalted companion, for that is its nourishment, its sustenance, and its remedy, while its occupation with aught else is its disease. And there is a predatory wrathful soul, whose love is turned towards subjugation, transgression, and exaltation in the land, towards arrogance and dominion over people by unjust means. Its pleasure and its passion lie in this alone. And there is an animalistic, sensual soul, whose love is turned towards food, drink, and carnal relations. And at times it may combine the two impulses, so that its love is turned towards both exaltation in the land and corruption, as God the Most High has said. Behold, Pharaoh exalted himself in the land, and divided its people into factions, oppressing a group among them, slaughtering their sons and sparing their women. Verily, he was one of the corrupters, Al-Qasas 4, and he said at the end of the same chapter, that abode of the hereafter we shall assign to those who desire neither exaltation in the earth nor corruption, and the ultimate outcome is for the God-conscious. Al-Qasas 83. Love in this world revolves among these three souls. Whichever soul encounters that which is in harmony with its nature, it deems it beautiful and inclines towards it, heeding not any who would reproach it, nor allowing the blame of any blamer to affect it. Each of these groups sees that which they are upon as most worthy of being preferred, and that to be occupied with aught else, or to turn towards another path, is a loss and a forfeiture of one's fortune. The celestial soul shares a natural affinity with the angels and the most exalted companion, and by virtue of this it has inclined towards their attributes, their character, and their deeds. Thus the angels are the protectors of this type of soul in this world and in the hereafter. God, the Most High, has said, "Verily, as for those who say, 'Our Lord is God,' and then stand firm, the angels descend upon them, saying, 'Fear not, nor grieve, but rejoice in the good tidings of the paradise which you were promised.'" 30. We are your protectors in the life of this world and in the hereafter, and therein you shall have all that your souls desire, and therein you shall have all that you ask for. 31. A welcome gift from one who is all-forgiving, most merciful. Fussilat 30-32. So the angel takes as his charge the one who is in harmony with him, offering him counsel and guidance, making him firm and instructing him, casting what is right upon his tongue and repelling his enemy from him. He seeks forgiveness for him when he falters, reminds him when he forgets, consoles him when he grieves, casts tranquility into his heart when he fears, awakens him for prayer if he has slept through its time, promises his companion good, urges him to have faith in the promise, warns him against reclining upon the world, shortens his hopes, and inspires in him a desire for that which is with God. The angel is thus his companion in solitude, his guardian, his teacher, his strengthener, the calmer of his spirit, the one who encourages him towards good and warns him against evil. He seeks forgiveness for him if he does wrong, and prays for his steadfastness if he does well. And if he spends the night in a state of purity, remembering God, the angel spends the night with him in his inner garment. And if an enemy should intend him ill while he is asleep, the angel repels him. The devils, however, are the protectors of the second type of soul, leading them forth from light into darkness. God the Most High has said, "By God we have indeed sent messengers to nations before you, but Satan made their deeds seem fair to them. And so he is their protector today." An-Nahl 63. And the Most High said, "It is decreed for him that whoever takes him as a protector, he will surely misguide him and lead him to the torment of the blazing fire." Al-Hajj 4. And the Most High said, "And whoever takes Satan as a protector apart from God has certainly sustained a manifest loss." 119. He promises them and fills them with vain desires, but what Satan promises them is no more than delusion. 120. For such as these, their refuge is hell, and they will find no escape from it. An-Nisa 119, 121. And the Most High said, "And when we said to the angels, 'Prostrate yourselves before Adam,' they prostrated, except Iblis. He was of the jinn, and he rebelled against the command of his Lord. Will you then take him and his offspring as protectors instead of me, while they are an enemy to you? How evil an exchange for the wrongdoers." Al-Kahf 50. Between the souls of this type and the devils, there exists a natural affinity, by which they have inclined towards their attributes, their character, and their deeds. The devils thus take them as their charge with the opposite of that with which the angels take as their charge those who are in harmony with them. They incite them to sins with a constant goading, and drive them towards it with a disquieting urge with which they find no rest. They adorn for them all that is vile, make it seem light upon their hearts, and render it sweet to their souls. And they make acts of obedience feel burdensome to them, discourage them from performing them, and make them appear odious in their eyes. They cast upon their tongues all manner of foul and useless speech, and adorn it in the hearing of those who listen to them. They spend the night with them wherever they may be, and they rest with them at midday wherever they may rest. They are partners with them in their wealth, their children, and their wives. They eat with them, drink with them, engage in intercourse with them, and sleep with them. God the Most High has said, "And whoever has Satan as a companion, how evil a companion is he." An-Nisa 38. And the Most High said, "And whoever turns away from the remembrance of the Most Merciful, we appoint for him a devil, who becomes his intimate companion." 36. And indeed they avert them from the path, while they think that they are rightly guided. 37. Until, when he comes to us, he says, "Oh, would that between me and you were the distance of the two easts! How evil a companion!" Az-Zukhruf 36:38. As for the third type, they are akin to animals, their souls terrestrial and base, unconcerned with anything but their desires and wanting nothing else. Once you have understood this preamble, know that the signs of love are present in the case of each type of soul, according to its beloved object and its desire. And from these signs it may be known to which of these categories a soul belongs. Let us then mention some sections on the signs of love by which it may be discerned. Among them is the constant gazing upon a thing and the turning of the eye towards it. For the eye is the gateway to the heart, the expresser of its inmost thoughts, and the revealer of its secrets. In this it is more eloquent than the tongue, for its indication is a state of being that is beyond the control of its owner, whereas the indication of the tongue is verbal and subject to one's intention. Thus you see the gaze of the lover circling with his beloved, however the beloved may move, and journeying with him through every region and quarter, as the poet said, "I fend my roaming gaze from turning towards thee, and yet it knows no path save that which leads to thee." Nay, the beloved's image is reflected in the lover's eye, just as his person and likeness are in his heart. As the poet said, "How strange that I should yearn for them, and ask of them from all I meet, though they are with me. My eye seeks them, though they are in its very blackness, and my heart longs for them, though they are between my ribs." For the lover's gaze is fixed upon his beloved, as one has said, "If they veil her from all eyes, I have for her sake veiled my eyes from all of humankind." Among them is the lowering of his gaze when his beloved looks upon him, casting his eyes towards the earth. This is due to his awe of him, his shyness before him, and his greatness in his heart. For this reason, kings deem it unseemly for one who addresses them to fix his gaze upon them. Rather, he should have his gaze lowered to the ground. God, the Most High, spoke of the perfect etiquette of his messenger on the night of the Ascension, saying, "The eye swerved not, nor did it transgress." An-Najm 17. And this is the height of courtesy, for his sight did not turn aside to the right or to the left, nor did it overreach, aspiring beyond what it was seeing and was turned towards, like one who strains to see what lies beyond. It is for this reason that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, strictly forbade the one in prayer from raising his gaze to the heavens, and warned those who do so that their sight might be snatched away. This is because it is part of the perfect etiquette with the one before whom the worshipper stands. Nay, it is befitting for him to stand with his head bowed, his gaze lowered to the ground. And were it not that the Lord of the worlds, the glorified, is above his heavens, upon his throne, there would be no difference between looking upwards or downwards. Among them is the frequent remembrance of the beloved and the constant occupation of the tongue with mentioning him and speaking of him. For whoever loves something, he will remember it often with his heart and his tongue. This is why God, the glorified, commanded his servants to remember him in all states, and commanded them to remember him in their moments of greatest fear. He, the Most High, said, "O you who have believed, when you encounter a host, stand firm and remember God often, that you may be successful." Al-Anfal 45. And lovers take pride in mentioning their beloved ones in times of dread and during encounters with their foes, as one of them said, "I remembered you while the lances crossed between us, and the burnished brown spears had drunk deep from our blood." And another said, "And I remembered you when the lances were like the ropes of a well in the breast of my dark steed. And I yearned to kiss the swords, for they flashed like the lightning of your smiling teeth." And in one of the divine traditions it is said, "My servant, my truest servant, is he who remembers me while facing his adversary." Thus, a sign of true love is the remembrance of the beloved in times of hope and fear. As one lover said of his beloved, "The good and the evil remind me of you, and that which I fear and that which I hope for, and all that I anticipate." And among the remembrances that indicate the sincerity of love is when the mention of the beloved rushes to the lover's heart and tongue upon his first awakening from sleep, and that his remembrance is the last thing upon which he sleeps, as one of them said, the last thing you are in every slumber, and the first thing you are when I arise. The remembrance of the beloved does not arise from an established forgetfulness, for his memory is ever present in the lover's soul. Yet, due to the narrowness of its vessel, there may come upon it that which conceals his remembrance. But when that which has come upon it departs, the remembrance returns as it was. The highest form of remembering the beloved is for the lover to confine his tongue to his remembrance, then to confine his heart to his tongue, then to confine his heart and his tongue to the witnessing of the one remembered. And just as remembrance is a fruit of love, so too is love a fruit of remembrance. Each of them brings forth the other, and the seed of love is watered only by the water of remembrance. And the most excellent remembrance is that which issues from love. Among its signs is submission to the command of the beloved, and preferring it over the lover's own desire. Nay, the desire of the lover and the beloved become one. This is the true union, not the union spoken of by the brethren of the Christians from among the heretics. For there is no union except in will. This union is the sign of sincere love, whereby the will of the beloved and the lover become one. For he is not a sincere lover who has a will that opposes the will of his beloved for him. Rather, such a one is one who desires something from his beloved, not one who desires him. And even if he desires him, he does not desire what he desires. Lovers are of three kinds. Among them are those who desire something from the beloved, those who desire the beloved himself, and those who desire the will of the beloved along with their desire for the beloved. This is the highest of the stations of lovers, and the asceticism of this one is the highest form of asceticism, for he has renounced every will that opposes the will of his beloved. And the difference between this and asceticism in the world is greater than the distance between the heavens and the earth. Asceticism is of 5 kinds: asceticism in the world, asceticism in the self, asceticism in status and leadership, asceticism in all that is other than the beloved, and asceticism in every will that opposes the will of the beloved. This last is only attained through perfect following of the beloved's messenger. God, the Most High, has said, "Say, if you should love God, then follow me. God will love you." Al-Imran 31. Thus he, the glorified, made the following of his messenger a cause for their being loved by him. And for the servant to be beloved by God is a higher station than for him to be a lover of him. The matter is not that you love God, but that God loves you. Obedience to the beloved is the emblem of one's love for him, as it has been said, "You disobey the deity, yet you claim to love him." This, by all measure, is an astonishing paradox. Had your love been true, you would have obeyed him, for the lover is ever obedient to the one he loves. Among its signs is the lover's lack of patience in being away from the beloved. Nay, his patience is redirected towards patience in obedience to him, patience in refraining from disobedience to him, and patience with his decrees. This is the patience of the lover. As for patience from him, that is the patience of one who is empty of his love, preoccupied with another. As it was said, patience is praised in every circumstance, but from the beloved it is never praised. For whoever is patient in being away from his beloved, his patience will lead him to the loss of what he seeks. And one of the lovers said, "How beautiful is patience! But as for not seeing your face for a day, never. If a day or an hour from you were sold for the world, it would not be too dear." Among them is to turn eagerly to his speech and to lend to it all of one's hearing, such that one empties for his speech one's hearing and one's heart. And if one appears to turn to another, it is a borrowed attention, in which the artifice is plain to any who observe him, as was said, I keep my gaze upon my interlocutor, that he may think I have understood, but with you is my mind. And if he is deprived of speaking with him in person, the dearest thing to him is to speak of him, especially if he speaks of him using his own words, for that takes the place of his address. As the saying goes, for lovers there is nothing more delightful to their hearts than hearing the words of their beloved. Therein lies their ultimate desire. For this reason, nothing was more delightful to the people of love than hearing the Qur'an. It is established in the authentic tradition from Ibn Mas'ud that he said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to me, Recite to me. I said, Shall I recite to you when it was revealed to you? He said, I love to hear it from another. So I recited to him from the beginning of the chapter of An-Nisa until I reached the verse. So how will it be when we bring from every nation a witness, and we bring you as a witness against these? An-Nisa 41. He said, That is enough. I raised my head, and behold, his eyes were shedding tears. When the companions of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gathered, they would command a reciter to recite while they listened. And when Abu Musa would come to Umar ibn al-Khattab, Umar would say, O Abu Musa, remind us of our Lord. And Abu Musa would recite, and Umar would often weep. And the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, passed by Abu Musa while he was praying in the night, and he was captivated by his recitation. He stood and listened to it. When Abu Musa came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in the morning, the Prophet said, I passed by you last night while you were reciting, and I stopped and listened to your recitation. He replied, Had I known you were listening, I would have embellished it for you with the most beautiful adornment. And God, the glorified. He who spoke the Qur'an grants leave and listens to the reciter with a beautiful voice, out of his love for hearing his own words from him. As the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, God listens more intently to the reciter with a beautiful voice than the master of a songstress listens to his songstress. The word adan with an open hamza and dal is the verbal noun of adhina, yadanu, meaning to listen. The poet said, O heart, be consoled with a soft hum, for my heart is in hearing and in listening. And he, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Adorn the Qur'an with your voices. And he who said that this is an inverted expression, and that the meaning is adorn your voices with the Qur'an, has erred. For although that is also true, the intended meaning is to beautify one's voice with the Qur'an. And it is authentically reported from him that he said, He is not of us who does not chant the Qur'an. And he who interpreted this as referring to being rich, the opposite of being poor, has made a mistake for several reasons. First, that meaning is expressed by the word istaghna, not taghana. Second, the interpretation of it has come within the hadith itself, reciting it aloud. This is its wording. Ahmad said, We know this better than Sufyan. It is only about beautifying the voice with it, beautifying it as much as one is able. Third, this meaning does not come to mind from the unadorned use of this word. And how could it, when the structure of the word does not even support it, as has been mentioned? Furthermore, if it refers to chanting with the voice, it has two meanings. One, that he makes it take the place of singing for his companions, out of his love for it and his constant devotion to it, just as the master of a song loves his song. The second, that he adorns it with his voice and beautifies it as much as he can, just as a singer adorns his song with his voice. And many lovers have died upon hearing the Qur'an recited with a sorrowful voice. These are the slain of the Qur'an, not the slain of the lovers of beardless youths or of women. Among its signs is the love for the beloved's dwelling and his house, and even the love for the place where he has alighted. This is the secret for which hearts have devoted themselves to the love of the Kaaba, the sacred house, to the extent that lovers have found it sweet to abandon their homelands and loved ones to reach it. And they have found delight in the journey to it, which is a piece of torment. They have braved dangers, traversed deserts and wastelands, and endured the utmost hardships to arrive, and if they could, they would have journeyed to it upon their eyelids and pupils. Yes, I would journey to you upon my eyelids, even if the path to your destination were long. The secret of this love is the Lord's, the glorified, attribution of it to himself in his words. And purify my house, Al-Hajj 26. When I became ascribed to you, I became honoured, and my station was raised above those not so ascribed. And all that is ascribed to the beloved is beloved. And that when the servant of God stood up to call upon him, they almost became upon him a dense crowd. Al-Jinn 19. Exalted is he who took his servant by night. Al-Isra 1. Blessed is he who sent down the criterion upon his servant. Al-Furqan, Shwasta 1. And if you are in doubt about what we have sent down upon our servant, Al-Baqarah 23. And whoever understands the meaning of this understands the meaning of the Most High's words. In your hand is all good. Al-Imran 26. And the words of his servant and messenger, peace and blessings be upon him. At your service and your pleasure. All good is in your hands, and evil is not attributed to you. And if one who loves a creature like himself loves his dwelling, as was said, I pass by the dwellings of Layla, kissing this wall and that wall. It is not the love of the dwellings that has captivated my heart, but the love of the one who inhabited the dwellings. Then what of him of whom there is nothing like unto him, and of whose love there is no love like unto it? Among them is hastening one's journey to him, urging on one's mount towards him, folding up the stages of the journey to reach him, striving to draw near and be close to him, cutting off every obstacle that cuts one off from him, casting aside the occupations that distract from him, renouncing them and desiring to be free of them, and holding in contempt all that may be a cause for his anger and displeasure, however great it may be, while desiring all that brings one closer to him, however difficult it may be. And if you were to say, tread into the fire, knowing it, to be your pleasure or a means to bring us near to union with you, I would have put forward my foot towards it and trodden upon it, as a guidance from you for me, or a misguidance from your misguidance. Among them is the love for the beloved's loved ones, his neighbours, his servants, and all that pertains to him, even his craft, his trade, his vessels, his food, and his drink. It has been said, I love all the sons of Al-Awam for love of her, and for her sake I have come to love her maternal kin, the tribe of Kalb. And another said, he yearns for her valley, and were it not for your love, no valley, however bright its flowers, would have caused him to yearn. And another said, O you who dwell in the precincts of Tabor, all of you, to my heart, for the sake of the beloved, are beloved. And in the tales of lovers it is told of a lover who fell in love with trousers on account of his beloved's trousers, so that in his estate were found 12 loads and a single piece of trousers, as mentioned by al-Basri. And another fell in love with mortars on account of the sound of his beloved's mortar, so that in his estate were found several thousand of them. And among people there are many wonders of this kind. And Anas ibn Malik used to love gourds very much, because he saw the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, seeking them out from the sides of the dish. Among them is the shortness of the road when one visits him and comes to him, as if it were being folded up for him, and its length when one departs from him, even if it is short. It was said, "And when I would come to visit Layla, I would see the earth being folded for me, and its distance drawing near." One of the modest fair ones whose companion wishes, when she tells a tale, that she would repeat it. And another said, "By God, I never came to you as a visitor, but that I found the earth being folded for me. Nor did my resolve turn away from your door, but that I stumbled over my own coat-tails." And another said, "And when I rise to leave you, I do not walk, but like a captive being led towards his doom. And when I come in my journey's speed, faster than a bird descending through the air." And another said, "And the road grows short when I visit you, and grows long when I turn back to depart." Among them is the clearing away of his worries and sorrows when he sees his beloved or visits him, and their return when he parts from him, as was said, "He visits, and my worries clear away from me, for the clearing of my sorrow is in his hands. And he departs with my joy when he departs, for my reliance for it is upon him. And it is well known that the lover has no joy, no delight, and no bliss except with his beloved, and in the separation from his beloved lies his torment, both immediate and deferred. Among them is the bewilderment and awe that occurs upon confronting the beloved or upon hearing his name, especially if one sees him suddenly or he appears unexpectedly, as was said. It is no more than that I see her suddenly, and I am struck dumb, so that I can barely reply. So I retract the opinion I first held, and remember what I had prepared for when she is absent." And another said, "It is no more than that he sees her suddenly, and his legs knock together, and he falls to his side. And he may be agitated upon hearing his name suddenly, as was said. A caller called out, as we were at Al-Qayyim in Mina, and stirred the sorrows of my heart, though he knew not. He called the name of a Layla, other than her, but it was as if, with Layla, he had startled a bird that was in my breast. There has been disagreement regarding the cause of this awe, fear, and agitation. It has been said that its cause is that the beloved holds a power over the heart of his lover, greater than the power of a ruler over his subjects. So when he sees him suddenly, it startles him, just as one is startled by the sudden sight of someone he venerates. For the heart venerates its beloved and is submissive to him, and when a person is surprised by one he venerates, it startles him. It has also been said that its cause is the opening of the heart to him and its rushing to receive him, so the blood flees from it, and it grows cold and trembles, and there occurs a paleness and a tremor, and perhaps one may even die. In sum, this is a matter of inner experience and feeling, even if its cause is not known. Among them is his zeal for his beloved and over his beloved. The zeal for him is to detest what he detests, and to be moved to zeal when his beloved is disobeyed, his rights are violated, and his commands are neglected. This is the zeal of a true lover, and the entirety of religion is contained within this zeal. Thus, the strongest of people in faith are the greatest of them in zeal. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said in the authentic hadith, "Are you astonished by the zeal of Sa'd? By God, I am more zealous than him, and God is more zealous than I." So the lover of God and his messenger is zealous for God and his messenger in proportion to his love and veneration for them. If his heart is devoid of zeal for God and his messenger, then it is even more devoid of love, even if he claims to be among the lovers. For he who claims to love a beloved from among mankind lies if he sees another violating the sanctity of his beloved, striving to harm and displease him, making light of his rights and belittling his commands, and yet he is not moved to zeal, but his heart remains cold. How, then, can a servant rightly claim to love God while he is not zealous for his sacred ordinances when they are violated, nor for his rights when they are neglected? The lowest of degrees is that he be zealous for him against his own self, his whims, and his devil. Thus he is zealous for his beloved against his own neglect of his beloved's rights and his own committing of disobedience. And when this zeal departs from the heart, love departs from it. Nay, religion itself departs from it, even if its traces remain. This zeal is the very root of jihad, of enjoining good and of forbidding evil, and it is what impels one to them. If the heart is devoid of it, one will not strive in jihad, nor enjoin good, nor forbid evil, for he only does so out of zeal for his Lord. It is for this reason that the Glorified One made jihad a sign of his love and of being beloved by him. He, the Most High, said, "O you who have believed, whoever of you should revert from his religion, God will bring forth a people whom he will love and who will love him, humble toward the believers, mighty against the disbelievers. They strive in the cause of God and do not fear the blame of a blamer." That is the grace of God. He bestows it upon whom he wills, and God is all-encompassing, all-knowing. Al-Ma'idah 54. As for zeal over the beloved, it is praiseworthy only where exclusive possession of the beloved is praiseworthy, and where partnership in him is condemned by both sacred law and reason, such as a man's zeal for his wife or his female slave, and for that which he alone possesses. Thus he is zealous against another's mentioning her or sharing with him in her. This zeal is specific to the created being, and cannot be conceived of in the case of the Creator. On the contrary, the lover of his Lord loves that all people should love him, remember him, worship him, and praise him. Nothing is more gladdening to his eye than that. Indeed, he calls to that with his words and his deeds. And because many of the Sufis did not distinguish between these two types of zeal, their words fell into a repugnant confusion. The best of which can be said of it is that it is a forgivable striving, not a praiseworthy one. Some of their ignorant ones, if they saw someone mentioning God or loving him, would feel zealous against him, and might even silence him if they could, saying, "The zeal of a lover compels me to this." But this is in truth envy, transgression, and aggression, a form of enmity towards God, an opposition to the way of his messengers, which they have cast in the mould of zeal, and they have likened the love of God to the love of forms from among the created beings. There is no doubt that this type of zeal is praiseworthy in the love of one in whom partnership by the lover is not seemly. This will be discussed further in the chapter on zeal over the beloved. Among them is the lover's offering up in pursuit of his beloved's pleasure all that he is able to, of that which he used to enjoy without love. In this the lover has three states. The first is his offering it with difficulty and hardship, and this is at the beginning of the matter. Then, when the love grows strong, he offers it with contentment and willing submission. And when it becomes firmly established in the heart to the utmost degree, he offers it with supplication and earnest entreaty, as if he were taking it from the beloved, to the point that he would even offer his own self for the sake of his beloved, just as the companions would shield the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in battle with their own selves, until they fell slain around him. I have a heart that, when passion afflicts it, roams in yearning for the meeting of its tormentor. A devoted lover would ransom you with his soul. If he had aught dearer than his soul, he would have ransomed you with it. And whoever prefers his beloved over his own self will be even more willing to prefer him over his wealth. God the Most High said, "The prophet is more worthy of the believers than their own selves." Al-Ahzab 6. And their station of faith is not complete until the messenger is more beloved to them than their own selves, let alone their children and their fathers. As it is authentically reported from him, peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, "None of you truly believes until I am more beloved to him than his child, his father, and all of mankind." And Umar said to him, "O messenger of God, by God, you are more beloved to me than everything except my own self." He replied, "No, O Umar, not until I am more beloved to you than your own self." Umar said, "Then by God, you are now more beloved to me than my own self." He said, "Now, O Umar, if this is the case for the love of his servant and his messenger, then what of the love for him, the glorified? This kind of love cannot possibly be for anyone but God and his messenger, by sacred law and by divine decree. And if there are found among people those who prefer their beloved over their own selves and their wealth, that in reality is for the love of their own purpose from him. The love of their purpose drove them to offer their selves and their wealth for it. Their love for that beloved is not for his own sake, but for their purpose from him. This beloved has a like, and his love has a like. But as for the love of God, it has no like, nor does the beloved have a like. It is for this reason that the companions submitted their selves and their wealth to the judgment of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saying, "Here is our wealth before you, so judge in it as you will. And here are ourselves before you. If you were to lead us into the sea, we would plunge into it. We will fight before you and behind you, and on your right and on your left." Qays ibn Sirma al-Ansari said, "He stayed among Quraysh for more than 10 years, reminding if he could but find a loyal friend. And he presented himself to the people at the pilgrimage seasons, but saw no one to give him refuge, nor saw a single caller. So when he came to us, and his journey found its rest, and he awoke joyous in Tabor content, we offered him our wealth from our lawful earnings, and our very selves in the heat of battle and at the time of assembly. We hold as an enemy he who is an enemy to all of people, even if he were a beloved, intimate friend. And we know that there is no Lord other than God, and that the messenger of God has come as a guide. Thus the lover's attribute is selfless preference, while the pretender's nature is selfish acquisition. Among them is his delight in whatever delights his beloved, whatever it may be, even if his own self detests it. It is for him like a bitter medicine, which his nature dislikes, but which he loves for the healing it contains. So it is with the lover and his beloved. He is delighted by what pleases his beloved, even if it is unpleasant to his own self. As for the one who stands with what his own self desires from among the things that please his beloved, his love is not sincere. Rather, it is a diseased love, until he finds delight in what displeases him and what pleases him from among the things that please his beloved. And if this is found in the love of created beings for one another, then the one who is beloved for his own sake is more worthy of this. Abu al-Shis said, "Passion has held me where you are, so I have no way to retreat from it, nor to advance. You have humbled me, so I have humbled my own self with great effort. He whom you hold in low esteem is not among those who are honoured. You have come to resemble my enemies, so I have begun to love them, since my lot from you is the same as my lot from them. I find blame in my love for you to be delightful, out of love for your mention, so let the blamers blame." And close to this last verse is the saying of another, "If it has pained me that you have afflicted me with an ill turn, it has surely pleased me that I have crossed your mind." And another said, "Your turning away from me, if you turn away, delights me. And I have never before seen a lover who was delighted by being turned away from. I was delighted by it because I was certain that what prompted you to it was a desire from you for my affection. Had you been indifferent to it, it would have been displeasing. But the reproach of a lover comes from deep affection. Oh, what joy for me that I have seen you reproach me for a fault that was committed by me intentionally." And another said, "I love her passion, and the long distance pleases her, so distance has become for me in my love for her a desire. Who has seen before me a devoted lover, a man of passion, who distances himself when his love draws near to his land?" And close to this is the saying of Ahmad ibn al-Hussein, "O you whom it is grievous for us to part from, our finding of anything after you is nothingness. If what our envier has said has pleased you, then a wound, if it satisfies you, feels no pain." And another took from this and said, "O you whom it is grievous for us to visit, since our distance from you has become their aim. If this distance pleases you, then there is for your devoted lover in it no wound and no pain. By my life, most of these are but claims without reality, and the sincere one among them speaks of his resolve and his will, not of his state and his attribute. And how well did the poet say, 'They were content with wishes, and were tried with their fortunes, and they waded into the seas of love as a claim, but were not wetted. They in their night journey have not moved from their place, and they have not journeyed in their path from it, though they have grown weary.' And if this is the description of its speaker, in his very essence and state, then he has waded into the seas of love, but not a foot of his has been wetted therein. So he spoke of himself when his veil was lifted, and the messengers sought him for his arrival before his Lord. And he said and spoke the truth. If my station in love with you is what I have met, then I have wasted my days. A wish with which my soul triumphed for a time, but today I reckon it to be but a confusion of dreams. And this is the state of all who have loved something besides God along with him, for to this end he will inevitably come. And it will become clear to him when the veil is lifted that he was only deluded, deceived by a wish with which his soul triumphed for the duration of his life. Then it was cut off, and was followed by regret and remorse. The Most High said, 'When those who were followed disown those who followed them, and they see the punishment, and the ties between them are severed.' 166. And those who followed will say, 'If only we had another chance, we would disown them as they have disowned us.' Thus will God show them their deeds as regrets for them, and they will not be taken out of the fire. Al-Baqarah 166, 167. The ties that were severed between them are the connections, the attachments, and the affections that were for other than God, and not in God's essence. These are what the glorified one brought forth and made as scattered dust. For every love that is for other than him is a torment for its possessor and a source of regret for him, except for love of him, and love of that which calls to his love and aids in his obedience and his pleasure. This is the love that remains in the heart on the day when secrets are tested, as was said. There will remain for you in the core of the heart and the innards a secret love on the day when secrets are tested. And another said, if the bond of union is shattered among them, the lovers have a bond that is not shattered. And if the rope of union is cut on that day, the lovers have a rope that is not cut. Among them is the love of solitude, finding solace in seclusion and being apart from people. It is as if love has been established upon that, for there is nothing sweeter to the sincere lover than his solitude and his being apart. For if he is triumphant in being with his beloved, he loves his seclusion with him and detests with the utmost detestation anyone who comes between them. For this secret, and God knows best the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded that one who passes in front of a person in prayer be repelled, and even commanded that he be fought. And he informed us that if the passer-by knew the sin that was upon him, it would be better for him to stand for 40 than to pass in front of him. And no one feels the pain and severity of this passing, except a heart that is present before its beloved, turned towards him, with all other things having been lifted from between him and him. So the passing of a person between him and his Lord is like the entry of a despised person between a lover and his beloved. This is a matter in which the judge is one's inner experience, and it cannot be denied. Ibn Mas'ud said, the passing of a person in front of one who's praying takes away half of his reward. This was mentioned by Imam Ahmad. Furthermore, the lover finds solace in the remembrance of his beloved and in his being in his heart, never parting from it. He is thus his companion and his intimate, and he finds no solace in any other. He is therefore estranged from anyone who occupies him from him. Taqi al-Din ibn Shuqair related to me, saying, one day the Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah went out, and I followed behind him. When he reached the open desert and was alone, away from people where no one could see him, I heard him recite the words of the poet. And I go out from among the houses, so that perhaps I may speak of you to my heart, in secret and alone. So the lover's seclusion with his beloved is the ultimate of his desires. If he attains it, it is well. Otherwise he is secluded with him in his inmost self, and this estranges him from all others. Qais ibn al-Mulawa, whenever he saw a person, would flee from him. But if someone wished to draw near to him and converse with him, he would mention Layla and her tales to him, and he would find solace in him, and be at ease with him. It is befitting for the lover to be with people as Yusuf was with his brothers, when he asked them for their brother. But if you do not bring him to me, you shall have no measure from me, nor shall you come near me. Yusuf 60. If Suda is not among you, then I shall not see your faces, or I shall be hidden in my grave. Among them is the lover's meekness before his beloved, his submission and his humility before him. Love is built upon humility, and the mighty one who is humbled by nothing does not disdain being humbled for his beloved, nor does he count it a flaw or a defect. Nay, many of them count their humility as a source of honour, as has been said. Humble yourself to the one you love, to gain honour, for how much honour has a man attained through humility? And another said, submit and be humble to the one you love, for there is not in the law of passion an arrogance to be raised and held high. And another said, "Your humility pleases me before you, and it would not have pleased me were it not for your love, this humility." And another, "The humility of passion and its submission are delightful to him. And were it not for passion, humility would not be delightful to the wise." And another said, "Miserable are the people of love. Even upon their graves is the dust of humility, which other graves are without. And when humility and love become firmly established, they become servitude. Thus the heart of the lover becomes a place of worship for his beloved. This station is not befitting to be attached to a created being, nor is it proper for any but God alone. Among them is the drawing out of the breath, the succession of sighs, and their rising. This is of two kinds. One of them is that which is accompanied by sorrow and grief, as the poet said, "Many a night, longer than a lover's breath, have I passed through with weeping." And another said, "The succession of a lover's breaths indicates to us the essence of what he has hidden of the pain of love. When the thoughts of love invade his heart, he sighs until his heart is near to breaking. The second is that which is caused by delight and pleasure. The cause of the existence of both types is the constriction and expansion of the heart due to that which comes upon it, which produces for the breath, by which the lung refreshes it, a harmful quality, and it seeks to expel it. This is the deep sigh. As for the sigh of relief, the heart expands after its constriction and pushes out the air surrounding it, which then seeks to exit. Among them is his abandonment of every cause that distances him from his beloved and which the beloved detests, and his finding comfort in every cause that brings him closer to him and earns him praise from him when it reaches him. And in this chapter are wonders concerning lovers. Many of them have abandoned a type of food, or clothing, or land, or craft, or a state from among states that his beloved detested, and he never returned to it, nor did his soul ever incline to do it. And many of them have been driven by love to acquire high stations, virtues, and other things that he knows the beloved venerates and loves. This is also of two kinds. One of them is that the beloved himself prefers that thing and loves it, so the lover exerts his utmost effort in it to attain its highest degree if he can. If the beloved is passionate about collecting wealth, this will affect his lover with a passion more intense than his own. If he is passionate about knowledge, the lover will strive in its pursuit more intensely than his striving. If he is passionate about a craft or a trade, the lover will be keen to learn it, if he finds a way to do so. If he is passionate about rare tales, beautiful anecdotes and pleasing news, the lover will exert himself in memorizing them. Thus, beneficial love is that which falls upon a perfect beloved, whose love for him drives you to seek perfection. The affliction, all of the affliction, is to be tried with the love of an idle, worthless person, empty of all good, whose love for him drives you to resemble him. The second is that the beloved is free from loving or preferring that thing, but love extracts from the heart of the lover a resolve, a will, and a keenness for that which will make him great in the eye and heart of the beloved. So you find him among the most keen of people for that, according to his own readiness, as was said. And he finds comfort in good deeds, in the pursuit of high station, so that his noble qualities may one day be praised in the presence of Layla. And this may have another cause, which is the enmity of people towards him, their belittling of him and their looking down on him. This drives him to rise up for himself, out of zeal for it and love for it, to compete for high stations and to acquire praise. This is from the nobility of the soul and its honour, as was said, "He who gives thanks to a friend As for me, I bestow my good thanks upon my enemies. They are the ones who made the pursuit of high stations my habit, until I trod with my sandal upon the Gemini. And often a youth benefits from his enemy, and poison is sometimes a cure. And another said, My enemies have a grace and a favour upon me, so may the merciful not deprive me of my adversaries. They searched for my stumbles, so I avoided them, and they competed with me, so I acquired high stations. Among them is the accord that occurs between the lover and the beloved, especially if the love is a love of affinity and suitability. For it often happens that the lover falls ill with the illness of his beloved, and moves with his movement, without either of them being aware of the other. The beloved may say something, and the lover may say the very same thing by coincidence. Consider the words of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to Umar ibn al-Khattab on the day of Hudaybiyah, when Umar said to him, Are we not upon the truth, and our enemy upon falsehood? He said, Indeed. He said, Then why should we accept a debasement in our religion? He replied, I am the messenger of God, and he is my helper, and I do not disobey him. Umar said, Did you not tell us that we would come to the house and circumambulate it? He replied, Did I tell you that you would come to it this year? He said, No. He said, Then you shall indeed come to it and circumambulate it. Then he went to Abu Bakr al-Siddiq and said to him, O Abu Bakr, are we not upon the truth, and our enemy upon falsehood? He said, Indeed. He said, Then why should we accept a debasement in our religion and turn back when God has not yet judged between us? He replied, He is the messenger of God, and he is his helper, and he does not disobey him. He said, Did he not tell us that we would come to the house and circumambulate it? He said, Indeed. Did he tell you that you would come to it this year? He said, No. He said, You shall indeed come to it and circumambulate it. So he answered with the very answer of the Prophet, Peace and blessings be upon him, word for word, without prior agreement or communication, but rather the agreement of a lover with his beloved. This is how it is recorded in Sahih al-Bukhari. And it is recorded in some of the books of military campaigns that he first went to Abu Bakr and said that to him, and then he went to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, after that, and he said to him the same as what Abu Bakr had said. Al-Suhaili said, This is more likely and seems to be what is preserved, for it is not to be thought of Umar that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would say something to him, and he would not be content with it until he went to Abu Bakr after that, with the doubt still in his mind, and repeated it to him. This is not to be thought of Umar. By my life, Abu al-Qasim has drawn from a sound well. But what is preserved is what is found in al-Bukhari, and upon it are the majority of the biographers and the compilers of the Musnads and Sunan. As for what is attributed to Umar, it has been answered by saying that he was hoping for abrogation, and that his Lord would agree with him in that matter, as had happened for him in similar instances before. For he would say something, and the revelation would descend with what he had said. The second answer is that the situation was one of trial and tribulation, which the patience of most of the companions could not bear, and their capacity was not sufficient for it, and there entered them a great deal of grief, anxiety, and burning anger against their enemies. It is for this reason that when he commanded them to shave their heads and slaughter their sacrificial animals, not a single man among them stood up until he, peace and blessings be upon him, entered upon Salama in anger. She said to him, Who has angered you? May God anger him. He said, "And why should I not be angry when I give a command and I am not followed?" This refutes the interpretation of those who interpreted it as the people being right in that hesitation, and that they were awaiting abrogation, so there is no blame on them. This is a repugnant error from this apologist. Rather, hastening to comply with his commands, peace and blessings be upon him, was more befitting of them. And if they had been right in delaying, his anger towards them would not have been so severe, and he would have been more worthy than them of awaiting the abrogating text. Rather, this was from their forgiven striving, which God forgave them for, due to the perfection of their faith and their sincerity to God and his messenger. And God, the glorified, excused them due to the strength of the incoming trial and their weakness in bearing it, to the point that Umar, in his strength and intensity, could not bear it, while the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and Abu Bakr bore it, and their answer came from a single niche. And because the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, bore this cosmic and legislative decree with which God judged for him, and was content with it, and affirmed it, and entered under it willingly and submissively, and it was the victory with which God granted him victory. God rewarded him for it with 4 things: the forgiveness of his past and future sins, the completion of his favour upon him, his guidance to a straight path, and God's granting him a mighty victory. And with this, the answer to the question that some have raised here is given. They said, how can God's decree for him in that matter be the cause of these 4 things? As the Most High says, "Verily, we have granted you a manifest victory, and one, that God may forgive you your past and future sins." Al-Fath 1:2. The answer is what we have mentioned, that his submission to this decree, his contentment with it, his obedience to it, and his entering under it, necessitated that God grant him that. The purpose here is only to mention the accord between the lover and the beloved. And what occurred with As-Siddiq is among the most beautiful of concurrences. And of this kind is the concurrence of Umar ibn al-Khattab with his Lord in several matters which he stated, and the revelation descended with them just as he had stated them. This concurrence can become so strong that the lover comes to know many of the states of his beloved while he is absent from him. This is according to the degree of his heart's attachment to him, its turning towards him, and the union of his will with his will. This may at times entail their agreement in illness and health, in joy and sorrow, and in character. If, along with that, there is a resemblance between them in outward appearance, then that is the ultimate in accord. Let us suffice with this measure of the signs, and with God is all success. The 21st chapter, on how love demands, singling out the beloved in love, and not associating any other with him in it. This is one of the requirements and rulings of sincere love, for when the powers of love are turned towards one direction, no space remains in them for another. And among the proverbs of the people is, "There are not 2 loves in one heart, nor 2 lords in the sky." When the power of love is divided among several objects, it is weakened without a doubt. And contemplate the words of the glorified. O Prophet, be conscious of God, and do not obey the disbelievers and the hypocrites. Indeed, God is ever all-knowing, all-wise. 1. And follow what is revealed to you from your Lord. Indeed, God is ever of what you do, all aware. 2. And rely upon God. And sufficient is God as a disposer of affairs. Al-Ahzab, chapter 1-3. See how he commanded him to have consciousness of him, which entails singling him out in obedience to his command and his prohibition, out of love for him and fear and hope. For true God-consciousness is not complete except with that, and with following what has been revealed to him, which entails leaving all else and following what has been sent down exclusively, and with relying upon him, which entails the heart's dependence on him alone, its trust in him, and its finding tranquility in him, to the exclusion of all others. Then he followed that with his words, God has not placed for any man two hearts in his chest, Al-Ahzab 4. You will find beneath this expression that the heart has but a single direction. If it inclines with it towards one direction, it cannot incline with it towards another. A servant does not have two hearts, with one of which he obeys God, follows his command, and relies upon him, and the other for another. Nay, he has but one heart. If he does not single out his Lord in reliance, love, and God-consciousness, then that will be turned towards another. Then he digressed from that to the fact that he, the glorified, did not make a man's wife his mother, and he digressed from that to the fact that he did not make a man's adopted son his son. So look at the beauty of this principle and this digression, before which minds and intellects prostrate. And it has numerous parallels in the Qur'an. Among them is his saying, It is he who created you from a single soul, and made from it its mate that he might find comfort in her. And when he covered her, she bore a light burden and carried it about. And when she grew heavy, they both called upon God, their Lord. If you should give us a righteous child, we will surely be among the grateful. 189. But when he gave them a righteous child, they attributed to him partners in what he had given them. But high is God above what they associate with him. Al-Araf 189-1190. The single soul and its mate are Adam and Hawa, and those who attributed partners to him in what he had given them are the polytheists from among their offspring. No attention should be paid to other things that have been said, such as that Adam and Hawa's children would not live. So Iblis came to them and said, If you want your child to live, name him Abd al-Harith. And they did so. For God, the glorified, chose him and guided him. So it was not for him to associate partners with him after that. A parallel to this digression is his saying, They ask you about the new moons. Say they are measurements of time for the people and for the Hajj. Al-Baqarah 189. Then he said, And it is not righteousness to enter houses from their backs. Al-Baqarah 189. For they used to do that during the state of Ihram. So when he mentioned to them the time of Ihram, which is one of the benefits of the new moons, he digressed from it to mention something they used to do in it. And this is very frequent. The point is that love necessitates the unification of the beloved in it. Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm was vehement in his denial of anyone who claimed to be in love with more than one, and he composed poetry on the matter. We will mention his words and his poetry. He said, after a lengthy discussion, And from this the error entered upon those who claim that they love two, and are in love with two different persons. This is only from the aspect of desire, which we mentioned earlier, and it is metaphorically called love, not in its true sense. As for the lover's self, it has no excess inclination to turn it away from the affairs of his religion and his worldly life, so how could he be occupied with a second love? And on this I say, he lies, the one who claims to love two, it is certain, just as in the principles of faith, Mani was declared a liar. There is no place in the heart for two beloveds, nor did two create the affairs of the world. Just as the intellect is one and does not know a creator other than the one, the merciful, so too the heart is one and does not love but a single one, whether distant or near. He, in the law of affection, is one in doubt, far from the soundness of faith. And so too is religion one and straight, and an infidel is he who has two religions. People have differed on this issue. One group said, the heart has but a single direction. If it turns to it, it cannot turn to another. They said, and just as two wills cannot be combined in it at the same time, so too there cannot be two loves in it. Sheikh Ibrahim al-Raqi, may God have mercy on him, was inclined to this view. Another group said, rather, it is possible for it to have two or more directions, from different aspects. It may turn to one of them without that distracting it from turning to the other. They said, and the heart is a carrier, so whatever you load it with, it bears. If you load it with heavy burdens, it carries them. And if you deem it incapable, it becomes incapable of carrying anything other than what is in it. The capacious heart can combine turning to God, the glorified, to his command, and to the welfare of his servants, and no one of these occupies it from the other. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, his heart was turned in prayer towards his Lord, and towards observing the states of those praying behind him. He would hear a child crying and would shorten the prayer for fear of causing hardship to its mother. Do you not see his vast and noble heart, how it encompassed both matters? And it should not be thought that this is one of the special characteristics of prophethood. Here is Umar ibn al-Khattab, who would prepare his army while he was in prayer, so his heart encompassed both prayer and jihad at the same time. This is according to the capacity of the heart, its narrowness, its strength, and its weakness. They said, the perfection of servitude is that the servant's heart should be capacious enough to witness his object of worship and to observe the etiquettes of his servitude, so that neither of the two matters occupies him from the other. They said, this is found in what we witness. For when a man performs a task for a ruler, for example, in his presence, while the ruler is looking at him and observing him, his heart encompasses both observing his work and perfecting it, and witnessing the ruler's turning towards him and seeing him. Nay, this is the case of every lover who does a work for his beloved in his presence or in his absence. They said, and here is the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who wept on the day of the death of his son Ibrahim. His weeping was a mercy for him, so his heart encompassed mercy for his child and contentment with God's decree, and neither of them occupied him from the other. But Al-Fudail's heart was not capacious enough for that on the day of his son's death, so he began to laugh. He was asked, do you laugh when your son has died? He said, God, the glorified, has decreed a decree, and I love to be content with his decree. It is well known that between this state and the state of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, there is a difference that none but God knows. But his heart was not capacious enough for what the heart of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was capacious enough for. A parallel to this is the capaciousness of the heart of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, for the singing of the two young girls who were singing in the presence of Aisha. This did not occupy him from his Lord, and he saw in it a benefit for the appeasement of weak souls, with that which could be extracted from them of love for God, his messenger, and his religion. For when souls attain something of their portion, they can be made to submit to rendering what is due from them of the truth. But Umar's heart was not capacious enough for that when he entered and disapproved of it. And what a difference there is between one upon whom various states descend, and each of them turns his resolve and moves his heart towards God, as the poet said, the good and the evil remind me of you, and that which I fear, and that which I hope for, and all that I anticipate. And one upon whom various states descend, and they occupy him from God, and cut him off from the journey of his heart to him. The capacious heart journeys with creation to God as much as it can. It does not flee from them, nor does it resort to wastelands, mountains, and solitudes. Nay, if one were to alight with him, he would journey with him to God. And if he does not journey with him, he journeys on and leaves him. This should not be denied, for true love requires it. Take this in the case of a singer who is in a state of ecstasy. If one were to alight with him, he would put them all into a state of ecstasy. If they do not feel ecstasy with him, he does not abandon his ecstasy for the hardness of their hearts and the coarseness of their natures. Our Sheikh was inclined to this view, and as you can see, it has its strength and its proof. The truth of the matter is that the one who is beloved for his own sake can only be one, and it is impossible for there to be two beloveds in the heart for their own sakes, just as it is impossible for there to be in existence two self-subsistent entities, each of them independent of the other in every respect. And just as it is impossible for the world to have two equivalent independent lords, so too the only one who is loved for his own sake is the true God, who is self-sufficient in his essence from all else, while all else is inherently in need of him. As for that which is loved for his sake, the glorified, it can be numerous, and the servant's love for it does not occupy him from the love of his Lord, nor does he associate it with him in love. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, used to love his wives, and the most beloved of them to him was Aisha. He used to love her father, and he used to love Umar. He used to love his companions, and they were of different ranks in his love for them. Despite this, all of his love was for God, and all the powers of his love were turned towards him, the glorified. For love is of three kinds: love of God, love for him, and in him, and love with him. Love for him and in him is part of the perfection of loving him, and one of its requirements, not one of the things that severs it. For the love of the beloved necessitates the love of what he loves, and the love of what aids in loving him and leads to his pleasure and nearness. And how can a believer not love that which he uses to seek the pleasure of his Lord, and by which he reaches his love and nearness? As for love with God, that is the love of polytheism. It is like the love of the people of rivals for their rivals, as the Most High said. And of mankind are some who take others besides God as rivals. They love them as they should love God. But those who believe are stronger in love for God. Al-Baqarah 165. The root of the polytheism that God does not forgive is the polytheism in this love. For the polytheists did not claim that their gods and their idols shared with the Lord, the glorified, in the creation of the heavens and the earth. Their polytheism with them was only from the aspect of their love for them along with God. They allied themselves for their sake, showed enmity for their sake, and deified them, saying, "These are lesser gods who bring us closer to the greatest God." So there is a difference between the love of God as a foundation, the love for his sake as a consequence, and the love with him as polytheism. You must verify this point, for it is the parting of the ways between the people of monotheism and the people of polytheism. It is related that Al-Fudail visited his daughter during her illness, and she said to him, "O father, do you love me?" He said, "Yes." She said, "There is no God but God. By God, I did not think this of you. I did not think you loved anyone with God. But single out God with love, and grant me from you mercy. If your love for me is a love of mercy that God has placed in the heart of a parent for his child, it is not a love with God. For to God belongs a right of love in which no other shares. And the greatest of injustices is to place that love in a place other than its own, and to associate another with God in it. So let the discerning one contemplate this chapter, for it is one of the most beneficial chapters of the book, if God wills. The 22nd chapter, on the zeal of lovers for their beloveds. Since this chapter is connected to the chapter on singling out the beloved in love, and is one of its requirements for zeal, is according to the strength of love, and its strength is according to the singling out of the beloved, it is fitting to mention it after it. The root of zeal, Gera, is ardour, honour, and pride. And zeal is of two kinds, zeal for the beloved and zeal over the beloved. Zeal for him is ardour for him, and anger for his sake, when his right is held in contempt, his sanctity is violated, and some harm befalls him from his enemy. The lover becomes angry for him, and is filled with ardour, and zeal takes hold of him, impelling him to hasten, to bring about change, and to fight against those who have harmed him. This is the zeal of true lovers, and it is the zeal of the messengers and their followers for God against those who associate partners with him, permit what he has forbidden, and disobey his command. This is the zeal that drives the lover to sacrifice his self, his wealth, and his honour for his beloved, until what his beloved detests is removed. He is zealous for his beloved, lest there be in him a quality that his beloved detests and for which he despises him, or lest he do what his beloved abhors. Then, after that, he is zealous for him, lest there be in another a quality that he detests and abhors. The entirety of religion is in this zeal. Nay, it is the religion. No believer has ever striven against his own self or his enemy, nor enjoined good nor forbidden evil, except with this zeal. And whenever it is absent from the heart is absent of religion. The believer is zealous for his Lord against his own self and against others, if he is not as his Lord loves him to be. Zeal purifies the heart and removes its dross, just as the bellows removes the dross of iron. As for zeal over the beloved, it is the lover's pride and ardour that another should share with him in his beloved. This, too, is of two kinds, the zeal of the lover that another should share with him in his beloved, and the zeal of the beloved for his lover that he should love another along with him. Zeal is one of the attributes of the Lord, may his majesty be glorified. The basis for it is his saying, the Most High. Say, my Lord has only forbidden immoralities what is apparent of them and what is concealed. Al-Araf 33. And part of the Most High's zeal for his servant and over him is his protection of him from what would harm him in his hereafter. As it is reported in Al-Tirmidhi and elsewhere in a tradition traced back to the Prophet, verily God protects his believing servant from the world, just as one of you protects his sick from food and drink. And in the two Sahihs, it is reported that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said in the sermon of the eclipse, By God, O community of Muhammad, there is no one more zealous than God that his male servant or his female servant should commit adultery. And in the specific mention of this sin in the sermon of the eclipse, there is a wondrous secret, which we have alluded to in the chapter on lowering the gaze, and that it bequeaths a light in the heart. For this reason, God, the glorified, combined the command for it with the mention of the verse of light. He, the glorified, combined the light of the heart through lowering the gaze with his light, which he likened to a niche, due to the connection of one to the other. And the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, combined the darkness of the heart through adultery with the darkness of existence through the eclipse of the sun, and mentioned one with the other. And in the two Sahihs from the hadith of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, he said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, there is nothing more zealous than God, and for that reason he has forbidden immoralities, both apparent and concealed. And there is no one to whom praise is more beloved than God, and for that reason he has praised himself. And there is no one to whom the offering of an excuse is more beloved than God, and for that reason he sent the messengers." Al-Thawri reported from Hamad ibn Ibrahim, from Abdullah, that he said, "Verily, God is zealous for the Muslim, so let him be zealous." It is also reported from Abd al-Ala, from Ibn Uyayna, from his father, from Abdullah, may God be pleased with him, that he said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Verily God, the mighty and majestic, is zealous, so let one of you be zealous." In the Sahih from him, from the hadith of Abu Hurairah, he said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Verily God is zealous, and the believer is zealous. And God's zeal is that the believer should do what he has forbidden him." Al-Qanabi reported from Al-Darawardi, from Al-Ala, from his father, from Abu Hurairah, that he said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, The believer is zealous, and God is more intensely zealous." The zeal of a servant over his beloved is of two kinds: a praiseworthy zeal, which God loves, and a blameworthy zeal, which God detests. The one that God loves is to be zealous when there is cause for suspicion. The one that he detests is to be zealous without cause for suspicion, but rather from mere ill supposition. This zeal corrupts love and brings about enmity between the lover and his beloved. In the Musnad and elsewhere it is reported from him, peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, "There are two kinds of zeal, a zeal that God loves and another that God detests." We said, "O Messenger of God, what is the zeal that God loves?" He said that his acts of disobedience are committed and his sacred limits are violated. We said, "And what is the zeal that God detests?" He said, "The zeal of one of you without just cause." In the Sahih it is reported from him, peace and blessings be upon him, "Verily, among zeal is that which God loves, and among it is that which God detests. The zeal that God loves is the zeal in a matter of suspicion, and the zeal that God detests is the zeal without a matter of suspicion." In the Sahih it is reported from him, peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, "Are you astonished at the zeal of Sa'd? By God, I am more zealous than him, and God is more zealous than I." Abdullah ibn Shaddad said, "Zeal is of two kinds, a zeal by which a man sets his family aright, and a zeal that will cause him to enter the fire." Abdullah ibn Lahiyah reported from Yazid ibn Abi Habib, from Abd al-Rahman ibn Shumasa al-Mahri, from Abdullah ibn Amr, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, found Maria al-Qibtiyah while she was pregnant with Ibrahim, and with her was a male relative of hers who had come with her from Egypt and had accepted Islam. He used to frequently visit the mother of Ibrahim, and he had castrated himself, cutting off what was between his legs, until little or nothing remained. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, entered upon her one day and found her relative with her. He felt something in himself from that, as happens in the souls of men. He went out, his colour changed. Umar ibn al-Khattab met him and recognized it in his face. He said, "O Messenger of God, I see your colour has changed." He told him what he felt in his heart concerning Maria's relative. So Umar went with his sword, hurrying until he entered upon Maria and found her relative there. He raised his sword to kill him. When the man saw that from him, he uncovered himself. When Umar saw him, he returned to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and informed him. He said, Jibril came to me and informed me that God, the mighty and majestic, has cleared her and her relative of what I felt in my heart, and he gave me the good tidings that in her womb is a boy, and that he is the most similar of creation to me, and he commanded me to name him Ibrahim. Al-Waqidi said, from Muhammad ibn Salih, from Sa'd ibn Ibrahim, from Amir ibn Sa'd from his father, he said, Sarah was with Ibrahim, peace be upon him, and she remained with him for a long time without bearing him a child. When she saw this, she gifted him Hajar, her female slave. She bore Ibrahim a child, and Sarah became zealous of that, and felt something in herself, and she reproached Hajar. She swore to cut off 3 of her limbs. Ibrahim said to her, Would you like to fulfill your oath? She said, How shall I do it? He said, Pierce her ears and circumcise her. Circumcision is cuffed. So she did that to her, and Hajar placed 2 earrings in her ears, and she increased in beauty thereby. Sarah said, I have only increased her in beauty. She could not bear for her to be with him, and Ibrahim felt a great passion for her. So he moved her to Makkah, and he used to visit her every day from Syria on the Buraq, out of his passion for her and his lack of patience for being away from her. In the Sahih, from the hadith of Humayd, from Anas, he said, One of the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sent him a bowl of tharide, while he was in the house of another of his wives. She struck the hand of the servant, and the bowl broke. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, began to gather the tharide and put it back in the bowl, saying, Eat, your mother has become zealous. Then he waited until an intact bowl was brought, and he gave it to the one whose bowl was broken. And Aisha said, I was never zealous of any woman as I was zealous of Khadijah, because of the Prophet's peace and blessings be upon him, frequent mention of her. He mentioned her one day, and I said, What will you do with an old woman with red gums, when God has replaced her for you with someone better? He said, By God, God has not replaced her for me with someone better. Look at this intense zeal for a woman after she had died. This was due to the excess of her love for the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. She was zealous, lest he mention another, and likewise her zeal for Safiya. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, brought her to Medina, having taken her as a wife for himself, and consummated the marriage with her on the way, Aisha said, I disguised myself and went out to look. He recognized me and came towards me. I turned back, and he quickened his pace, caught up with me, and embraced me, saying, How did you find her? I said, A Jewess, the daughter of Jewesses, meaning from the captives. In the Musnad, from the hadith of Al-Ash'ath ibn Qais, he said, I was a guest of one of the companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. He went to his wife and struck her, and I came between them. He returned to his bed and said, O Ash'ath, remember something I heard from the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Do not ask a man why he strikes his wife. Hamad ibn Zayd mentioned from Ayyub, from Ibn Abi Mulaika, that Ibn Umar heard his wife speaking to a man from behind a wall. There was a kinship between them that Ibn Umar did not know of. He gathered palm branches for her, then went to her and struck her until she became like dry grass. Al-Qaraiti mentioned from Mu'adh ibn Jabal that he was eating an apple and his wife was with him. His servant boy entered, and she handed him an apple from which she had eaten. Mu'adh struck her severely. One day he entered upon his wife, and she was looking out from a leather tent, and he struck her. Al-Thawri mentioned from Ashath, from Al-Hasan, that a woman came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to complain about her husband, who had slapped her. He summoned the man to take her right, but God, the mighty and majestic, revealed, "Men are in charge of women by right of what God has given one over the other." The verse An-Nisa 34. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "We intended a matter, and God intended another matter." Umar ibn al-Khattab was intensely zealous. His wife used to go out to attend the prayer, and he disliked it. She would say, "If you forbid me, I will stop," and he would remain silent, in compliance with the saying of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Do not prevent the female servants of God from the mosques of God. He was the one who suggested to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, that he should veil his wives. It was the custom of the Arabs that a woman did not veil herself, due to their integrity and the integrity of their women. Islam then established that. Umar said, "O Messenger of God, if only you would veil your wives, for both the righteous and the wicked enter upon them." So God revealed the verse of the veil. A case was brought before Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, of a man who had killed his wife and another man with her. The guardians of the woman said, "This man killed our relative." And the guardians of the man said, "He killed our relative." Umar said, "What do these people say?" He said, "He struck the other man's thighs with his sword." He said, "If there was anyone between them, he has killed him." Umar said to them, "What does he say?" They said, "He struck with his sword and cut the woman's thighs, and it struck the middle of the man and cut him in two." Umar said, "If they return, then you return." Sa'id ibn Mansur mentioned this in his Sunan. A group of jurists adopted this view, among them Imam Ahmad and his companions. They said, if a man finds another man committing adultery with his wife and kills them both, there is no retaliation upon him, nor any liability unless the woman was coerced. In that case, retaliation is due for killing her. However, the husband's claim is not accepted except with the confirmation of the guardian or with evidence. The reports from Imam Ahmad differ on the number of witnesses required for the evidence. It is reported from him that it is 2 men, and it is reported from him that 4 are necessary. The basis for this latter report is the apparent meaning of the hadith of Sa'd ibn Ubadah, that he said, "O Messenger of God, what if I find a man with my wife? Should I give him respite until I bring 4 witnesses?" The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Yes." He said, "By the one who sent you with the truth, I would strike him with the sword without turning the blade." The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Do you not wonder at the zeal of Sa'd? By God, I am more zealous than him, and God is more zealous than I." Sa'id ibn Mansur mentioned from Ali ibn Abi Talib that he was asked about a man who entered his house and found a man with his wife, and he killed her and him. Ali said, "If he brings 4 witnesses, otherwise he is to be handed over in his entirety." The basis for the report of 2 being sufficient is that the evidence is not for the establishment of the legal punishment, but for the existence of the cause that prevents retaliation. For the husband had the right to kill the one who transgressed against his family, But when the guardians of the slain man denied it, the killer was asked for evidence, and 2 men were deemed sufficient. A case was brought before Umar of a man who had killed a Jew. He asked him about his story, and he said, "So-and-so went out on a military campaign and entrusted his wife to me. It reached me that a Jew was frequenting her. I lay in wait for him until he came, and he began to chant and say, 'A fair-skinned man whom Islam has deluded away from me.' I was alone with his wife on a night of the full moon. I spend the night on her chest, while he spends his on a lean mare with a tight girth. It is as if the places of the plump parts of her flesh are troops rising up against other troops. So I rose up to him and killed him." And Umar declared his blood to have no value. In neither of these 2 traditions did Umar demand evidence from the killer, perhaps because he was certain of the matter or the guardian had acknowledged it. The correct view is that whenever there is clear evidence for it that does not admit of falsehood, it suffices in place of formal testimony. Sufyan ibn Uyayna mentioned from al-Zuhri, from al-Qasim ibn Muhammad, from Ubayd ibn Umayr, that a man hosted someone from Hudayl. A young girl of theirs went out to gather firewood, and he desired her. She threw a rock at him and killed him. The matter was brought before Umar ibn al-Khattab, and he said, "That is one slain by God. No blood money is ever to be paid for him." Hamad ibn Salama mentioned from al-Qasim ibn Muhammad that Abu al-Sayyara became infatuated with the wife of Abu Jundab, trying to seduce her. She said, "Do not do it, for if Abu Jundab learns of this, he will kill you." But he refused to desist. She spoke to Abu Jundab's brother, who spoke to him, but he refused to desist. She informed Abu Jundab of this. Abu Jundab said, "I will tell the people that I am going to the camels. When it gets dark, I will come and enter the house. If he comes to you, let him enter before me." Abu Jundab bid farewell to the people and told them, "I am going to the camels." When the night grew dark, he came and hid in the house. Abu al-Sayyara came while she was grinding flour in the shade, and he tried to seduce her. She said, "Woe to you! Have I ever invited you to anything of this matter that you call me to?" He said, "No, but I cannot be patient without you." She said, "Enter the house until I prepare myself for you." When he entered the house, Abu Jundab locked the door, then seized him and beat him from his neck to the tip of his tailbone. The woman went to Abu Jundab's brother and said, "Go to the man, for Abu Jundab is killing him." His brother began to implore him, so he left him. Abu Jundab carried him to the camel track and threw him there. Whenever someone passed by him, he would say to him, "What is the matter with you?" He would say, "I fell from a young camel, and it crushed me." The news reached Umar, and he sent for Abu Jundab, who told him the matter as it was. He sent for the woman's family, and they confirmed his story. Umar flogged Abu al-Sayyara 100 lashes and nullified his blood money. Al-Abbas ibn Hisham al-Kalbi mentioned from his father that Amr ibn Humama al-Dawsi came to Makkah for the pilgrimage. He was one of the most beautiful of the Arabs. A woman looked at him and said, "I do not know whether his face is more beautiful or his horse." He had a forelock of hair called the adornment, and when he sat with his companions he would spread it out, and when he stood he would tie it up. The woman said to him, "Where is your home?" He said, "Najd." She said, "You are not from Najd, nor from Tiama. Tell me the truth." He said, "A man from the people of the Sarat, between Makkah and Yemen." Then he gestured to her, Ride behind me." She did so, and he went with her to the Surat. Her husband followed her but did not catch her, so he returned. When she was settled with him, he cut her hamstrings and said, "By God, you will not follow another man after me, ever." Then he returned her to her husband in that state. And God, the glorified, is zealous for the heart of his servant, lest it be devoid of his love, his fear, and his hope, and lest there be another in it besides him. For he, the glorified, created it for himself, and chose it from among his creation. As it is said in the divine tradition, "Son of Adam, I created you for myself, and I created everything for you. So by my right over you, do not be occupied by what I created for you from that for which I created you." And in another tradition, "I created you for myself, so do not play. And I have guaranteed your provision, so do not tire yourself. O son of Adam, seek me, and you will find me. If you find me, you have found everything. And if you lose me, you have lost everything. And I am better for you than everything." And he is zealous for his tongue, lest it be idle from his remembrance, and be occupied with the remembrance of another. And he is zealous for his limbs, lest they be idle from his obedience, and be occupied with his disobedience. It is unseemly for a servant that his true master should be zealous for his heart, his tongue, and his limbs, while he himself is not zealous for them. And when God desires good for his servant, he unleashes upon his heart if it turns away from him and occupies itself with the love of another various kinds of torment, until his heart returns to him. And when his limbs are occupied with other than his obedience, he afflicts them with various kinds of affliction. This is from his zeal, the glorified, for his servant. And just as he, the glorified, is zealous for his believing servant, he is also zealous for him and for his sanctity. He does not allow the corrupt to reach his sanctity out of his zeal for his servant. For he, the glorified and most high, defends those who have believed. He defends their hearts, their limbs, their families, their sanctities, and their wealth. He, the glorified, undertakes the defence of all of that out of his zeal for them, just as they were zealous for his sacred ordinances against their own selves and against others. And God, the Most High, is zealous for his female servants and his male servants against the corrupt, by sacred law and by divine decree. It is for this reason that he has forbidden immoralities and has prescribed for them the greatest of punishments and the most heinous of killings, due to the intensity of his zeal for his female and male servants. If these punishments are neglected in law, he, the glorified, carries them out by decree, and part of his zeal, the glorified, is his zeal for his oneness, his religion, and his word, that one who is not worthy of it should not be graced with it. Nay, he has placed a barrier between them and it, out of zeal for it. The Most High said, "And we have placed over their hearts coverings, lest they should understand it, and in their ears a deafness." Al-An'am 25. For that reason the glorified hindered his enemies from following his messenger and joining him, out of zeal for him, as he said. But God disliked their being sent forth, so he held them back. And it was said, "Sit you among those who sit." 46. Had they gone forth with you, they would not have increased you except in confusion, and they would have hurried about in your midst, seeking to cause you sedition, and among you are those who would have listened to them. And God is all-knowing of the wrongdoers. At-Tawbah 46-47. So he, the glorified, was zealous for his prophet and his companions, lest the hypocrites go out among them and strive to cause sedition among them. So he held them back and made them sit away from them. Al-Shibli heard a reciter recite, "And when you recite the Qur'an, we place between you and those who do not believe in the hereafter a concealed partition." Al-Isra 45. He said, "Do you know what this partition is? It is the partition of zeal, and no one is more zealous than God." He meant that he, the glorified, did not deem the disbelievers worthy of his knowledge. And here there is a subtle kind of zeal from the Lord, the Most High, which minds cannot grasp. It is that a door of clarity, intimacy and presence is opened for the servant, and he settles into it, finds tranquillity in it, and his soul takes pleasure in it, and he becomes occupied by it, away from his true purpose. So his true master becomes zealous for him, and he strips him of it, and returns him then to him through poverty, humility, and utter neediness. He makes him witness his ultimate poverty and destitution, and that he has absolutely nothing from himself. Thus the honour of that intimacy, clarity, and presence returns as humility, neediness, poverty, and destitution. And an atom's weight of this is more beloved to him, the glorified, and more beneficial to the servant, than mountains of that clarity and intimacy that are devoid of the witnessing of certainty, and of the witnessing of poverty, humility, and neediness. This is a chapter for which not every heart has the capacity, and part of zeal is the zeal for subtle knowledge, and for that which the hearer's understanding cannot grasp, that it should not be mentioned to him. It was for this zeal that Ali ibn Abi Talib said, "Speak to the people with what they know. Do you wish that God and his messenger be disbelieved?" And Ibn Mas'ud said, "You will not relate to a people a matter that their minds cannot grasp, but that it will be a source of trial for some of them." The scholar is zealous for his knowledge, lest he offer it to those who are not worthy of it, or place it in a place other than its own. As Isa ibn Maryam said, "O children of Israel, do not withhold wisdom from its people, lest you wrong them, and do not offer it to those who are not its people, lest you wrong it." Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them, was asked about the interpretation of the Most High's words. "It is God who has created 7 heavens, and of the earth the like of them." At-Talaq 12. He said to the questioner, "And what would assure you that if I were to inform you of its interpretation, you would not disbelieve? For you would deny it, and your denial of it would be your disbelief in it." The subtle and delicate matter that is offered to one who is not worthy of it is like a beautiful woman who is presented to a blind and crippled man, as was said. A beautiful maiden led in procession to a blind, crippled man. And when something that disturbed the moment occurred during Abu Ali's gathering, he would say, "This is from the zeal of the truth," meaning that he did not wish for the clarity of the moment to continue as it was. The poet said she resolved to come to us until, when she looked into the mirror, her own beautiful face forbade her. This was not my reward from her beauties. I was tormented by her desertion until sorrow consumed me. Al-Qushayri said, and it was said to one of them, "Do you love to see him?" He said, "No." It was said, "And why?" He said, "I deem that beauty too transcendent for the gaze of one such as I." In this meaning they recited, "Indeed, I am jealous of my own eyes on your account, so that I lower my gaze when I look at you. And I see you move gracefully in your virtues, which are my direction of prayer, and I become jealous of you from you yourself. I say, this is a corrupt zeal, and the best that can be said for its proponent is that he be pardoned, and that this be counted among his blameworthy excesses. But as for it being counted among his virtues and merits, that it be said to him, "Do you love to see God?" And he says, "No," when the vision of him is the highest bliss of the people of paradise, and he, the glorified, loves that his servant should ask him for the vision of him, and it is established from the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that among his supplications was, "O God, I ask you for the delight of looking upon your face and the longing to meet you." And this speaker's words, "I deem that beauty too transcendent for the gaze of one such as I," are from the deceptions of Satan and the self. It resembles what is related of some of them, that it was said to him, "Will you not remember him?" And he said, "I deem him too transcendent for his name to pass upon my tongue." The logical extension of this corrupt transcendence is that he should deem him too transcendent for his words to pass upon his tongue, or for he himself to even cross his mind. And some of them did fall into something of this. They were blamed, and he recited, saying, "They say, 'Visit us, and fulfill the duty of our right.' But my state has absolved me of their rights over me. If they see my state, and are not repulsed by it, and are not repulsed by me, I am repulsed by them for their sake." The logical extension of this zeal is that he should not visit his house out of zeal for his house, that one, such as he, should visit it. I once reproached a person for abandoning the prayer, and he said to me, "I do not see myself worthy of entering his house." Look at the deceptions of Satan with these people. And of this is what Al-Qushayri mentioned, saying, Al-Shibli was asked, "When will you find rest?" He said, "When I no longer see anyone remembering him." A son of his died, and his mother tore her hair. He entered the bathhouse and depilated his beard until its hair was gone. It was said to him, "Why did you do this?" He said, "They offer me condolences for being heedless, and they say, 'May God reward you.' So I ransomed their heedless remembrance of God with my beard and in conformity with my family." A parallel to this is what is related about Al-Nuri, that he heard a man calling the Adhan, and said, "A stab and the poison of death." And he heard a dog barking, and said, "At your service and at your pleasure." He was asked about this, and he said, as for that one, he was mentioning him in a state of heedlessness. As for the dog, the Most High said, "And there is not a thing except that it exalts God by his praise." Al-Isra, Chir 44. Al-Shibli once heard a man say, "Glorious is God." He said, "I would love for you to glorify him beyond this." How strange it is that one should count this among the virtues of a man, and make him an example, and adorn his book with it. Is there anything more difficult for the heart of a believer, and more bitter for him, than not seeing anyone who remembers his Lord? And is there anything more gladdening to his eye than to see people remembering God in every place? The excuse for this speaker is that he does not see anyone remembering God with the remembrance that is his due. Nay, he does not see a rememberer, but that heedlessness and forgetfulness have overcome his heart. So he remembers his Lord with a tongue empty of the heart and its presence in the remembrance, and that is a remembrance that is not befitting of him. So his lover is zealous, lest he be remembered with this remembrance, and he loves not to hear anyone remembering him with this remembrance. And since people have shared in this remembrance, he has stated that his rest is in not seeing anyone remembering him. This is the best interpretation of his words, otherwise their apparent meaning is closer to enmity than to love. And this was not the state of Al-Shibli, for love used to overcome him. Nevertheless, this is one of his excesses, for which it is hoped he will be forgiven due to his sincerity, his love, and his monotheism, not that it is something for which he is to be praised and emulated. God, the glorified, has commanded his servants to remember him in all their states, even if their remembrance of him is of different ranks. The highest of them is the remembrance of the heart and the tongue, with the heart's witnessing of the one remembered, and its complete focus upon him with the most beloved of remembrances to him. Then, below that, is the remembrance of the heart and the tongue, even if one does not witness the one remembered. Then the remembrance of the heart alone. Then the remembrance of the tongue alone. These are the ranks of remembrance, and some of them are more beloved to God than others. The logical extension of al-Shibli's statement would be that his rest would be in not seeing anyone praying to God, nor anyone reciting his words, nor seeing anyone uttering the two testimonies of faith, for all of this is from his remembrance. Nay, it is the most glorious of its kinds. So how can the heart of a lover find rest if he does not see anyone doing that? And God the glorified loves to be remembered, even if it is by a disbeliever. One of the pious predecessors said, "Verily, God loves to be remembered in all states except during sexual intercourse and when relieving oneself." And God, the mighty and majestic, revealed to Musa, "Remember me in all your states." And God, the Most High, does not let the reward of a mere verbal remembrance be lost. Rather, he rewards the one who remembers, even if his heart is heedless, but it is a reward of a lesser degree than another reward. Al-Qushayri said, "And I heard the Master Abu Ali say concerning the Prophet's peace and blessings be upon him, buying a horse from a Bedouin, and that he asked to cancel the sale, and he cancelled it. The Bedouin said to him, 'May God grant you a long life. Who are you?' The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'A man from Quraysh.' One of those present said to him, 'It is enough of a rudeness for you that you do not know your Prophet.' Abu Ali said he only said, 'A man from Quraysh,' out of zeal, otherwise it would have been obligatory upon him to introduce himself to everyone as who he was. Then God caused the tongue of that companion to inform the Bedouin. It may be said, it is astonishing that it should be said that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was zealous to mention that he was the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, to a Bedouin who did not know him, when he was constantly mentioning that to his enemies from among the disbelievers, secretly and openly, by night and by day, and was not zealous of that. How then can it be thought of him that he was zealous to inform that poor man that he was the messenger of God? This is from the fantasies and absurdities of the people. He only concealed his identity from him at that time for a subtle wisdom, which the companion understood and stated plainly to the Bedouin. And it is that this Bedouin was coarse and boorish, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, wanted to show him his coarseness and boorishness in a way that would not rebuke him, so that he would realize from himself that he was deserving of it. It was as if he was saying with the tongue of his state, "It is enough of a rudeness for you that you are ignorant of me, to the point that you ask me who I am." When the companion understood this with his subtle perception and keen understanding, he preempted him with it and said, "It is enough of a rudeness for you that you do not know your Prophet." Then Al-Qushayri mentioned from the words of Al-Shibli that he said, "The zeal of the divine is over the breaths, that they should not be wasted in anything other than God." This is a fine saying. Al-Qushayri said, and it is obligatory to say, zeal is of two kinds. The zeal of the truth for the servant, which is that he does not make him for the creation, but is sparing of him with them. And the zeal of the servant for the truth, which is that he does not devote any of his states or his breaths to other than the truth, the glorified. So it is not said, I am zealous over God, but it is said, I am zealous for God. He said, thus zeal over God is ignorance, and it may lead to the abandonment of religion. Zeal for God necessitates the veneration of his rights and the purification of one's deeds for him. It is the way of the truth with his friends that if they find comfort in another or notice something else, or their hearts incline towards something that disturbs them, he becomes zealous for their hearts by returning them to be purely for himself, empty of all else. Like Adam, when he set his heart on eternity in the garden, he expelled him from it. And Ibrahim, the friend of God, when Ismail pleased him, he commanded him to sacrifice him, until he had removed him from his heart. Then, when they had both submitted, and he had laid him down upon his forehead, as Safat 103, and his innermost being was purified of him, he commanded him to ransom him. And one of them said, Beware of him, for he is zealous. He does not love to see another besides himself in the heart of his servant. And it was said, The truth, the Most High, is zealous, and part of his zeal is that he has not made any path to him besides himself. Al-Sari said to a Gnostic, I have a hidden ailment. What is its remedy? He said, O Sari, he is zealous. He will not see you finding comfort in another, lest you fall from his sight. This is a sound zeal. And here there are other kinds of blameworthy zeal. Among them is a zeal driven by ill supposition, with which the lover harms his beloved and incites his own heart to anger against him. This is the zeal that God detests when it is without cause for suspicion. And among them is a zeal that drives him to punish the beloved with more than he deserves, as is mentioned of a group of them who killed their beloveds. The poet Dik al-Jinn had a male and a female servant of exceeding beauty, and he was in love with both of them. He entered the house one day and found the female servant embracing the male servant, kissing him. He rushed upon them and killed them both. Then he sat by the head of the female servant and wept for her at length. Then he said, O countenance upon which doom has risen, and for which my own hands have plucked the fruit of death. I have quenched the earth with her blood, and for how long did passion quench my lips from hers? By the right of her 2 eyes, nothing has settled in the earth that is dearer to me than her 2 eyes. I plunged my sword into the space of her throat, while my tears flowed upon her 2 cheeks. My killing of her was not because I did not weep if dust were to fall upon her, but I was miserly with her beauty for anyone besides myself, and I disdained the gaze of the servant boy upon her. Then he sat by the head of the male servant, and he wept, and began to say, I feared that time would come with its treachery, or that I would be tried, after loyalty, with his desertion. A moon that I had brought forth from a dark night with my affection, and plucked from his private chamber. So I killed him, though he had a place of honour with me that filled my core, and my heart was his in its entirety. My last memory of him is of him dead, like the most beautiful of sleepers, and my tears carve a path to my throat upon his throat. If the dead knew what is after him with the living from him, he would weep for him in his grave, choking sobs that his soul is about to overflow with, and his heart is about to exit from his chest. And the lover may be zealous over his beloved from his own self. This is one of the most wondrous kinds of zeal, and it has its causes. Among them is the fear that he may be a key for another. as it is mentioned that Al-Hasan ibn Hani and Ali ibn Abdullah al-Jafari met and recited poetry to each other. Al-Hasan recited, "And when it became clear to me that she did not love me, and that her passion for me would not be lifted, I wished that she would be afflicted by another besides me, so that perhaps she might taste the fevers of passion and have mercy on me." So Ali recited to him, "Perhaps your turning away from me has pleased me, and your seeking of me and your refusal of me, for fear that I might be a key for another. But when you are alone, you are all that I desire." And some of them would refrain from describing their beloved and mentioning his beauties for fear of exposing him to the love of another. As Ali ibn Isa al-Rafiqi said, "And I will never describe my intimate friend, exposing him to the passions of men. And what concern is it of mine to make another's heart yearn, when before his union lies the curtain of veils?" And many of the ignorant have described their wives and their beauties to another, and that was the cause of her separation from him and her union with the other. Among them is that the excess of zeal leads him to place himself in the position of a stranger, so he is zealous over the beloved from his own self. This should not be denied, for in love there are wonders. Abu Tamam al-Ta'i said, "By my soul is one over whom I am zealous for my own self, and I envy his family my gaze upon him. And if I were able, I would have blotted out from him the eyes of men, out of my fear for him. A beloved who has spread his passion in my body and has held my soul as a pledge in his possession. So my spirit is with him, and my body is empty, without a spirit, and my heart is in his hands." And another said, "O you whose name, when mentioned in a gathering, the conversation about him becomes delightful, and the gathering becomes pleasant. Indeed, I am zealous of my own gaze, and indeed I am more protective of you than of any other among mankind. My soul be your ransom. If you could see my restless turning, my eyes wet with tears, my head bowed as I sigh, you would know that I am tormented in my love for you, and that of life and its spirit I have despaired." And Ali ibn Nasr said, "Are you a slayer? You have slain my heart, and the beauty of a face slays hearts. I protect you from all people, O you with whom I have been afflicted, so she has become my lot. And from my own self I protect you. Would that my own self could shield you from calamities and misfortunes. And the right of the beautiful ones over me is nothing but to protect them from the filth of sins. Among them is the intensity of accord with the beloved, and the beloved dislikes that his love be attributed to him, and that it be mentioned. So out of his accord with his beloved he is zealous over him from his own self, just as he is pleased by the desertion of his beloved if he knows that his beloved's will is in it. The poet said, "I was pleased by your desertion when I knew that for your heart there was pleasure in it. And were it not for your pleasure, it would not have pleased me, nor would I have been patient with it for a single day." The foundation of zeal and its highest forms are of three kinds: the servant's zeal for his Lord, that his sacred limits should not be violated and his boundaries neglected; his zeal for his own heart, that it should not find comfort in another; and his zeal for his own sanctity, that another should not gaze upon it. The zeal that God and his messenger love revolves around these three kinds. What is besides them is either from the deceptions of Satan or a trial from God, like the zeal of a woman for her husband, that he should not marry another besides her. If it is said, then of which kind do you count the zeal of Fatima, the daughter of the messenger of God? Peace and blessings be upon him. For Ali ibn Abi Talib, when he resolved to marry the daughter of Abu Jahl, and the zeal of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, for her? It is said, from the zeal that God and his messenger love. The prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, alluded to it by saying that she was a part of him, and that what harmed her harmed him, and what troubled her troubled him. That union would not have been seemly at all, for it is not seemly that the daughter of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, should be gathered with the daughter of his enemy under one man, for this is the height of incompatibility. Furthermore, the prophet's peace and blessings be upon him, mention of his other son-in-law who spoke to him and he believed him, and who promised him and he fulfilled his promise, is evidence that it was as if Ali had been bound by a condition in the contract, either verbally or by custom and circumstance, that he would not trouble Fatima nor harm her, but would keep her in a goodly manner. And it is not of a goodly manner to bring to her the daughter of the enemy of God and his messenger, and to vex her with her. For this reason the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Unless the son of Abu Talib wishes to divorce my daughter and marry the daughter of Abu Jahl." The condition that is established by custom and circumstance is like a verbal condition, according to many of the jurists, like the jurists of Medina and Ahmad and his companions. Moreover, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, feared for her a trial in her religion, by her being brought together with the daughter of the enemy of God under him. So his zeal, peace and blessings be upon him, was not merely due to a natural dislike of partnership, but the impetus for it was the sanctity of the religion. He alluded to this in his saying, "I fear that she may be tried in her religion, and God knows best."